Rivalries.
Yes, already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here! We had a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Burger.
Burger?
That's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the easiest
Because it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Oppa!
Yes! Man, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kramling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, help me, come in. Another draw. I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
Our last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rainbow going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yes, already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here! We had a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting. exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confused a few things. Spaghetti?
Dobra.
Burger?
30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because
easy
it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Nerd! I understood that!
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, monte che viene sotto la mecia.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move? Wait, help me, because they're another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
I know.
Me too!
I'm gonna climb it off.
Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yes, already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We had a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This was very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confused a few things. Spaghetti?
Dobra.
Burger?
30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's easy
Because it's
to
the
memorize,
best one.
and you still
It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa! Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea,
Alright, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay.
I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand shooting.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the big pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, come here. Wait, help me. Another draw. I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of his 24. Yeah.
Our last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
I'm gonna climb it off. Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rerun going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yeah, already start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
Hey everyone. That's not good. Okay, just a little start of stream hiccups. Nothing you haven't seen before, but we're making it work. Sorry. Sorry, this is a mess up on my end. Okay. Alexandra with the white pieces, going up against Steve Wolkind of Boston, Massachusetts. He is active on Twitter in the chess community. He very kindly posted the link to his Lee Chess account on his Twitter. And from that, we could also find his chess.com account because he had the same username for both Lee Chess and chess.com. So yeah, this is we're liking our chances. He did the research. We certainly did, Hakald. Elo, he is unrated in FIDE, but he's fielding a 1600 USCF rating. Thank you for the sub, Enrique. Merry Christmas to you too. Okay, a little bit of a scuffed start. Some of that is my fault. Some of that, honestly, the organizers' fault for having a round at 9 a.m. Yeah. Of course, Vila is always to blame for stuff, but right now, not so much. Tagbon in the house. Let's go. Thanks for the 51 months, Tagbon. Imagine starting the workday at 9 a.m. Yeah, it's not even 9 a.m. where I am. Like, Iceland is 2 hours behind. But even 11 a.m. is tough for me. Okay, there we go. The handshake. Wishing each other good luck. Starting the clock. D4 on the board. Prep in motion. The guy goes D5. Completely unexpected. He has never done this before in his life. Ooh, Alexandra goes knight F3. I wonder if this is because after C4, he has some games with E5. Albin's counter gambit. Let's just avoid. Let's just avoid, just in case. Both players bring their knights out. Now the pawn up. The guy goes E6. E6 protects in the center. The queen's gambit declined. Wow. Unexpected. Very unexpected. Knight C3 from Alexandra. Playing that classic Beth Harmon Queen's Gambit style. Except the show they named Queen's Gambit. She plays E4. Imagine. Oh, A6. Very unusual move. Very unusual move. Of course, he has played this like 10, 15, 20, 25 times. On chess.com and on Lee Chess. A6 popularized by Mr. Magnus Carlsen at the top level a couple of years ago. Okay, trade in the center. Black recaptures with a pawn. Now bishop G5. Bishop G5 putting pressure down towards the black queen. No way this is getting played so fast. I mean, it's almost as if she's in her preparation. Okay, I gotta sneeze. Okay, so far, so good. So far, so good. Bishop G5 puts pressure down towards the black queen and the black knight. Oh, wow. He goes bishop E6. Very untraditional move in these kinds of positions. Offers extra protection to the D5 pawn. But at the same time, the bishop no longer protects the B7 pawn. I wonder if we can try to exploit that somehow. How can you sneeze only once? Because I don't have allergies. Queen B6 question mark, says data scientist Hikaru. Let me just tell you, Queen B6 coming up. Okay, she makes the trade. Trade bishop for knight. Computer does not like. And this caught the opponent by surprise. Okay, so today Alexandra is playing Steve Volkind of Boston, Massachusetts, if you're just joining us. So far, she's played all her moves very quickly, and I have some inside information for you. She is still in her prep, and judging by the thinking time this guy is having right now, when he realizes his queen needs to step into the game very early on, I think he realizes something is afoot. Something is going on. He doesn't know this stuff. Hammer brilliancy incoming. I think judging by the fact that the guy's thinking, I don't think we'll be able to use the brilliant variations. I think this guy is going to deviate from our main line on the next move. But that's good. Because on the next move, there's like one move that's critical. Okay. Okay, the guy just took back with a pawn. Okay, so good news, bad news situations, people. Alexandra is out of her prep at this point. The good news is she has a massive advantage. Okay, I guess we can live with this. I was trying to convince Alexandra that this line I prepped for you, it's not like objectively good, but I think it's going to be difficult for him to find the right moves many times in a row. boy, was I more right than I thought. Oh no, after G takes, she still goes Queen B3. Okay. Wow, huge raid. Caitlin coming in with a 1,188 viewers. I am not really equipped to receive big raids. I'm just a lowly sub. I'm like the sub teacher because the big dog is busy. The big dog is actually sitting right there. Well, there on my screen. There maybe on yours. Here maybe. My name is Jon Ludvig Hammer. You can call me Hammer. And I'm doing commentary on Alexandra making a comeback to the chess scene. And she's currently playing against some nice guy from Boston. And the nice guy from Boston is not playing good moves. So we're kind of excited, even though it's a very early stage in this game. Isn't it illegal to have a name as cool as that? Not in Norway, but in the US, probably. How is she sitting so straight? I don't know. It's weird. Probably means you're spending more energy trying to keep your, posture than thinking about the moves. We had a posture discussion yesterday as well. Nice guy from Boston is busted. Honestly, he's not really. Because Alexandra's latest move is like, it's very clear that she's really struggling to readjust to when she's out of prep. So like there was no reason for her to continue this plan of attacking both of these pawns when one of the pawns is already defended by the queen. But it's probably gonna be fine. It's probably gonna be fine. But this queen move wasn't necessary. When black has created this weakness, having two doubled pawns, isolated doubled pawns, then she just should have started developing her pieces and being very happy that black's pawn structure is just like completely busted. We'll talk about it after the game. That she needs to spend more time just as she leaves her prep. How did you meet Alexandra as your student? I actually met Alexandra through Twitch, kind of. Well, I met her through chess.com making an effort in Twitch, and we were like up and coming streamers together. You know, at some point we had the same viewership. It's quite a few years ago at this point. Southeast Asia friendly stream. You know it, Cozy. I wasn't born back then, honestly. You know, a lot of people weren't. What move did he play? So after queen b3, he played knight to d7. And now, basically, this is the reason why queen to b3 was a bad move. Because this move doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, she can capture a pawn, but then she completely unnecessarily lets black get the rook into the attack and maybe attack with a bishop afterwards. So now I'm quite concerned, if I'm honest with you. Because this was already a big step in the wrong direction. And if she's like, my prep was to capture a pawn, and I should just win a pawn, then she's going to be just get herself into unnecessary trouble. But she thought better of it, and she's now gone pawn to e3. So her queen is still very misplaced here. Like, this was quite a significant mistake, but she still holds a major long-term advantage because of black's complete lack of use for these two pawns. Why this camera angle? Focusing on him, not on Alexandra. So I'm actually not in Reykjavik. And the person fixing the camera is Alexandra. So, yeah. Take it up with her. Is rook g8 not a nuisance? No, because after rook g8, the black king will just have nowhere to castle. Actually, black may want to castle queenside, come to think of it. But like rook g8, g3, it's completely fine. We're fine putting all our pawns on dark squares when we have the bishop to control the light squares. Alexandra lost in round 1. What are they always writing after their turn? So they're writing down the moves. Traditionally, we don't have electronic relay of every chess game. So it's customary to keep a record of the moves that have been played analog. In general, also, digital things not really welcomed in a chess environment. Because of anal beads and similar. For the 1,200 raiders, that I guess that sounds pretty out of context. My apologies. There's a long story to it, but I don't want you to get caught in the rabbit hole. Do we know who the highest rated player this guy has managed to beat? No, our investigations went more into his moves rather than his accomplishments. Or lack thereof. What is the structure of chess tournaments? So Alexandra will be playing 9 games, regardless of how she does. So it's not a knockout situation. She'll be playing the same number of games, but she will always be playing against someone who has a similar score to what she has. Unlimited time allowed between moves? No. So they start out with a total of 90 minutes, but they may use those 90 minutes as they see fit. Today, after complaints from chat, we also have timers from the game. Now, I don't like to spoil you guys by giving you the stuff you want. But after input from someone else, it has been fixed for your viewing pleasure. Gerber is wrong about many, many, many things in life. But on this occasion, he is right. Alexandra also wanted to have timers. Unrated, similar score. So the score is the number of points you have in the tournament. And this tournament is a bit... it's actually very clever. So they're using what's known as accelerated pairings. So that means Alexandra, even though she has 0 points, she plays against someone on 1 point, but someone on 1 point who was in the B1 bracket from yesterday. We covered it slightly yesterday. There's a lot of numbers and technicalities. The important thing you need to know is that if she wins, she will have 1 point out of 2 instead of 0 points out of 1. What means as his rating? It means unrated. If you have a suggestion on how to make it more clear, honestly, I could just spell it out. But at the same time, we do love some chat engagement. So having it like this may provoke more lurkers to ask questions in chat. Means unreal. Honestly, could be confused. Why not take on P7? Good question. We definitely do want Alexandra not to take this pawn, because that would massively activate the black pieces. Okay, apparently this is good for her. Okay, so that is good for her, but this traps the queen. Yeah, okay. I mean, if this happens, at least it's going to be an early game, and she can go back to bed. How many games are played per day? Normally, there's only 1 game per day, but today is special. So today, there's 2 games in 1 day. 9 a.m. bed. I'll remind you that in LA, which is home base, it's currently 2 a.m. And she's not over her jet lag just yet. Are you also coaching Andrea right now? I'm pretty sure Andrea is boxing, not chessing. The second game will start at 6 p.m. Oslo, 4 p.m. Reykjavik, noon Eastern, and 9 a.m. Pacific. Knight takes on d5 and wins a pawn? No. Knight takes on d5 and loses a knight. Pawn attacks knight. If knight moves, you lose your queen. Careful, careful. So yeah, no, so basically Alexandra going with her queen here has wasted one move. But, sorry. More crucial than losing a full move is the fact that she now might be tempted into making another mistake. So the reason she did this, if we track back a little. So here, when she made this trade, bishop for knight, the only sensible move is to take back with the queen to avoid doubled pawns, doubled isolated pawns. After taking back with the queen, we were going to go queen b3, attacking on b7 and attacking on d5. But when he took with the pawn, there's no longer a necessity to do this to provoke weaknesses, because the weakness has already occurred. But in Alexandra's mind, she was so focused on getting this queen out and starting this attack that she went there without thinking about how the circumstances had changed compared to her preparation. What would be black's best move in the line you prepared? So if the guy had taken with the queen instead, and after queen b3, the only decent move for black is rook to a7. Which is kind of weird. And here we had prepared knight takes d5. So normally you would think you cannot take this knight because it allows the bishop some pressure in towards the white queen. But the way to justify this pressure is kind of tricky. So after queen back to d8, e4 protects the knight, c6 attacks, and we cannot move the knight because then we lose our queen. But we have the move queen b6, attacking the rook, trying to get away with the knight. Why does the engine hate this? Well, the engine thinks that black is good in this variation. But we thought that even if black is good, which is already not obvious, we don't think that Mr. Steve Wolkind is going to be able to prove it. And basically, the thing about this position is if you play one wrong move, you go from the computer appreciating black's position to the computer absolutely hating it. Because in this moment, Alexandra is up a pawn and a rook in trade for a bishop. That's a big, big material advantage. So this is what we had prepared, and we were feeling pretty confident about it. But instead, the guy gave us a big shock by voluntarily taking back with the pawn, giving himself isolated doubled pawns. It means that, for instance, if Alexandra can get a piece to the f5 square, there are no black pawns able to kick that piece away. So I would love to see her aiming to get something to this square. Because this we all also talked about quite a bit. Trying to be better about understanding pawn structures. Here she went queen b3, knight d7. and she's playing solidly. And this is a pretty nice way of playing. Notice how she's putting all of her pawns on the dark squares, which is absolutely the correct strategy when you've given away your bishop that's on the dark squares. So normally, when you give away one of your bishops, you want your pawns to kind of take over the slack and make sure that the dark squares are protected. And here we have the pawns doing that job. Let's do that in I guess, red, maybe? We have the pawns controlling the dark squares. And then we have the bishop controlling the light squares. And so both the light squares and the dark squares are covered. Maybe he wanted to protect on d5 with the queen. Oh yeah, I definitely understand why he made this mistake. He definitely was concerned about his pawn safety. But taking with a pawn is just, yeah, it's just horrible from a positional point of view. Because it also ruins the pawns in front of where you're planning to put your king. Like, there's multiple reasons for why this is suboptimal. Who is the green shirt girl in the background? Is she streaming? I think that's Dina again. And yes, she is streaming. In fact, we're going to stop by her game momentarily. First, we got a message from our sponsor for this stream. It is Alexandra and Andrea's trusted platform for crypto trading. It is Coinbase sponsoring this stream. And if you're curious about crypto, they have nice educational tools that you can check out. Use command Coinbase, !Coinbase, for more information on their website or in their app. Okay, we're gonna stop by Dina's game, but in order to have that happen, we first have to have some magic being done by Mr. Vila. So we're gonna go to this one, which I made myself. Thank you very much. To Alexandra's big frustrations. And in the meantime, Vila will do some magic. And we'll be back to check how Dina is doing. Honestly, this thing is much nicer if we remove my camera. But let me just show you the background. Aww. Iceland. Very majestic place. But I needed to have my camera somewhere. Okay, we've made the switch. We're gonna check in on Dina. So here we have Dina with the white pieces. Oh, sorry, this is not Dina's game. My bad. Here we have Dina with the white pieces. She's playing against a proper good player. A guy from Greece with a rating north of 2,400. Let's check out the moves, how we got here. No white hoodie today. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll have to do a complete unpacking, unwrapping, something. To get there. So Dina started with e4. It's a Sicilian defense. bishop b5. This is a good move. It was played repeatedly by Fabiano Caruana against Magnus Carlsen in their World Championship match, and played repeatedly by Mr. Hammer since he was a little kid, since before it became mainstream. G6, okay, castles. Yeah, so far so good. We're trying to push d4 and get our pawns in the center. Knight attacks our pawn. We protect. Castles, that's fine. d4, that's fine. d5, yeah. We push forward, attack the knight. The knight moves forward. Now, white's... So what white is basically arguing in this opening is that the black bishop is pretty bad on account of this wall of white pawns trying to block the bishop's influence. But on the other hand, black has other pros. So knight d2, okay. Trade, attacks bishop, and Dina decides to trade. Queen takes back. So Dina lost her bishop pair, but she's arguing that it's still okay for white because this black bishop is out of commission pretty much at the moment. But you guys know that I'm a sucker for the bishops. So I kind of like black's position. So yeah, that's how Dina is doing. She's spending quite a lot of time at this early stage. Her opponent still at 1 hour 30 minutes pretty much, while Dina has spent 20 minutes so far. So that is our Dina report, and we're gonna switch the camera back to Alexandra in my little middle switching scene. We have a raid of 60 coming in from Naunime. Oh gosh, I'm probably butchering that. I'm very sorry. What does unrated actually mean here? Is the tournament completely open? Yes. Anyone can participate. If you wanted to play this tournament alongside Alexandra, all you need... Well, I was going to say all you need is a ticket to Iceland, but if you're Icelandic, you don't even need that. Anyone can play, as long as you pay. Okay, fair enough. You do need monies for the entry fee.
Disco Thunderdunk gifted a tier 1 sub to Cyberbunny. They have given 10 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks for the gift, Disco. Can we get the clock back? Oh, yeah, not on this scene. We'll get the clock back when we get the video back. How much is the entry fee? Good question. So chat, I am a grandmaster at chess. So I haven't paid an entry fee for a chess tournament in like 15 years. So when you ask me questions like that, I start to kind of display my lack of groundedness. I don't know. I can guess $100 maybe? 120? Do I need chess skills? No. They accept money, no chess skills. Actually, the less chess skills you have, the more the other players are going to like you. How do the other players feel about filming consent and or performance anxiety? Good question. I think it affects the other players. I think they get extra stressed out when they play against the streamers. But streaming from a chess tournament from a public venue is completely fine. How was the first game? Bad. It was very, very rough. Alexandra went down without a fight. But now her opponent might go down without a fight. So, you know, there's ups and downs. Does she get rating for beating an unrated? No. She doesn't get rating if she wins, and she doesn't lose rating if she loses. Is every tournament free for a grandmaster? Pretty much, yeah. This means you don't even need money to play at the Reykjavik Open? I mean, I would need plane tickets and hotel stay, though. But they usually give me that for free as well. You know, I mean, I had no childhood, chat. I should have some perks. Yeah, also 5,000 euro prize, first place. Is 1988 her birth year? I mean, sounds about right, don't you think? Who's the highest rated player there? Ivanchuk. Vasily Ivanchuk, number 1. Number 2, a good friend of mine, Nils Gandelius. Very, very nice guy. And then number 3, the soon-to-be Norwegian number 3, Ariantari. My mortal enemy. Charity tournaments in New York City, grandmasters have to pay for those. Yeah. Or they can just choose not to play. Ivanchuk, wow, nice. Well, you know you have a well-educated audience when they know Ivanchuk. An oldie but a goodie. Legend of chess. Why is Tari your nemesis? Because we compete in national championships. And at the moment, he has a somewhat higher rating than me. And I hold a grudge. Didn't you beat Tari in your last match against him? I do believe that was broadcasted on the BotezLive channel. Yes. What is your chess rating? And if Grandmaster, what number is that? I think the answer to your question, Cheap Auto, is my rating is 26 something, and I'm ranked at about 120 in the world. I would be ranked number 4 in this tournament. How many grandmasters in the world are there? I think there's like 1,200, 1,300. It's quite a big group at this stage. Not as prestigious as it once was. Wow, we have more people asking about the 1988. I really think we have an opportunity here to make people believe she's 34 years old. And I'm not sure we want to let that opportunity slip. Lower quality. Yeah, I think the camera from Reykjavik is a little bit more stretched out today, so it should be lower quality. And also there was a problem within Zoom that the picture is being broadcasted crookedly. Like on Zoom, this camera is actually rotated. So we had to rotate it and then stretch it out, which is affecting the quality. I'm sure Vila is going to figure out what's wrong about it and try to fix it. At least for the next round. It's 1,800 players. Wow. 1,800 grandmasters in the world now. That is a lot. Would you have won this tournament? I mean, I would be one of the pre-tournament favorites. I would win it if I played well, and I would finish like 10th if I had an average performance. Wow, Naonime both coming in with the raid and the 5 gifted. Oh God, I saw one guy saying muted in chat, and that is like the most intimidating comment anyone can make. Especially when you're quite far behind on chat like I am now. I'm struggling to keep up with you guys. Do you know what happened in 1988 that was significant? I'm not that old. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Alexandra probably knows. Okay, I'm scrolling down. I'm scrolling down to catch up with all of your comments. It's now Nima's birthday? Wow, happy birthday. Is that Anna Kramling in the background? It's Dina in the background. I believe Anna Kramling is sitting to the left of Alexandra. I think Anna Kramling is to the left by the window. Outside of our frame. Why does it say Alexandra is from Canada? Dude. I mean, one guess. One guess. Can we get predictions on the next move? Yeah, I'll try to make some predictions. Is Hammer your real name? Yeah, I just got lucky. Got lucky in the lottery. Okay, let's talk about the game for a little bit, because the engines are now no longer liking Alexandra's position after this latest move. So basically, Alexandra went queen b3 because she was a bit stuck in her prep. Like, that's not a disaster, but it's manageable. Then she decided not to capture this pawn, which was very wise, because that would have landed her queen in trouble. So then she started focusing instead on development. But the problem is she never played bishop d3. Bishop d3 here would be a great move, getting the pieces out, getting ready to castle. Life would be good. But instead she played the move a4, which, and I have tried to have this talk with her. And like, I know it's not a good look for me to be frustrated on stream, but it's like, I keep telling her to watch out for squares where, like, she has a pawn structure problem. I tell her to watch out for squares where the pieces can be placed without being pushed away. So right now there's two such squares on the board. There's the f5 square, where there are no black pieces that can control no black pawns. But now after this a4 move, Alexandra also made one such square where white cannot chase away a black piece should it be established there. And frankly, there is a black bishop that would very much like to go to that b4 square. And now after rook d1, the rook leaves the protection of the a4 pawn, so that after bishop b4 and say, you know, bishop d3, now queen d7 attacks the pawn on a4, and it's actually very difficult to keep that pawn defended. And the problem with the pawn on a4 is being created by the bishop pointing down on the knight that was supposed to protect the pawn and on the king. So the problem is this a4 move has completely unnecessarily created a pawn weakness on a4, but also created a square weakness on b4. And as a result, yeah, now she's not massively better, despite black having this really silly pawn structure with the doubled pawns. Black now has some other things going in his favor, and in particular the pawn on a4. Have you ever caught a professional player cheating? No. I know a lot of people think cheating is very common in chess, but it's really not. Especially not something you can catch. Much easier to suspect people than catch people. Ask Magnus. Is your middle name Bam Bam? I mean, I probably shouldn't be saying this, but I mean, you're probably referring to Bam Bam from some other things, but is there a Bam Bam in the Flintstones or something? Yep, Flintstones. Okay. Because my mom actually did used to call me Bam Bam. She said it was a Flintstone reference, but, you know, she's very old. I had no idea about I don't really know the reference. Alexandra will win eventually because her opponent will blunder due to the rating difference pressure. Yeah, but you still need to make good moves. And even when you don't make good moves, you may still win the game. But it's very important to address the flaws in your thinking. And Alexandra needs to work. To be honest, I've worked with Alexandra for quite some time. But it's only recently I understood that I think one of her major issues that she needs to address is dealing with pawn structures and changes to the pawn structure. Okay, bishop b4 on the board. As we feared, the bishop comes into a good position, protected by a pawn, unable to be kicked back by the white pawn because we kind of moved it too far. And yeah, it's also pointing down on white's king. Like, this move just has everything. Hammer is so getting fired for this birth year thing. I mean, it's only natural that when people see 1988, they assume that's the birth year. I didn't actually have anything to do with that. I think it's perfectly reasonable to think Alexandra is 34 years old, based on the information available on the screen. I told her, this is a literal conversation we had yesterday. Do you want the ratings? And she said yes. It is her wish to have people believe she's 34 years old. Her bio says she's 24. Well, her bio is wrong. Grandmaster Gory coming in with a group of 366. As the chess ends one place, it turns out chess is a never-ending endeavor. And somewhere else in the world, people are still playing. This time, it turns out people are still playing in Iceland. Halfway across the world. Okay, knight d2 on the board. Alexandra is preventing the influence of this bishop towards the white king. But at the same time, she's moving a piece twice without having gotten her bishop into the game. I think overall this move is fine, but it has put the computer's evaluation into black's camp. So after queen d7 now, the queen is pointing towards the a4 pawn.
Stuckfish gifted a tier 1 sub to Grandmaster Gory. They have given 17 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Stuckfish. So after queen d7 now to attack the pawn on a4, there's a very high probability that Alexandra will just have to move her bishop back to protect. Which is not really what you want to see. How does he get a rating if no one gains or loses rating against him? How does it work? Asks Spider. So the way it works is that basically you get a rating based on how you would have done if you already had a rating. So for instance, if he beats Alexandra, who's a 2000 rated player, and then he loses to Ariantari, who's a 2600 rated player, then he would get a rating of 2300 because he scored 1 out of 2 against an average of 2300. How do you think her mental state is after the harsh loss? I mean, it's not great, but you know, it was against a good opponent, so I don't think it's the end of the world. She honestly seemed okay. I'm more worried about the amount of sleep she had today, because she was messaging me at 7 a.m. Icelandic time. Which means, and I sent her the prep at like 11 p.m. Icelandic time. So she definitely hasn't had 8 hours. How many games are required to get a rank? I think you need to have like 6 games or something. I think the system has changed a bit since I got my first feeder rating some, 20 years ago. So yeah, I'm not really familiar with the current rules. Is Dina playing? Yeah, Dina's playing in the background, but she's not at her board right now. If you see a girl in a green, I think it's a dress, it's a green something, then that's Dina. Mr. Henry helping out with the factual informations. I've played 7 feeder rated games and I got a rating. So yeah, maybe 5, 6 is enough. Green shirt and jeans. Okay. Well, there she's back. Now she doesn't have a... What? Isn't that Dina in the back, or is that Anna Kamling? Did they switch boards? Let's actually stop by Dina's game to see what's happening. Honestly, this whole... Yeah. Alexandra's position is not really inspiring me to watch her game. We're gonna need some blunders or some positive development to feel better about what's going on the board. We're going to go to our little break screen, and then we're going to switch to Dina's game. So here we have Dina's game. Wow, stuff has happened. Wow, okay. Action on the board. We last looked at this position when Black had the bishop pair, and I said I kind of like Black's position. But Dina has asked some very, very concrete questions. She's been very aggressive here. Knight takes knight, pawn takes back. This pawn now pushing the white knight out of position, or is it the pawn steps further forward, attacks the queen, and now the only square Black can go to, moving the queen while also keeping the pawn on e4 protected, is playing queen c4. And so that move has been made. And now then the question becomes, how do we deal with the threat to the knight on f3 when we know that if the knight moves, Black is probably going to take our central pawn? That's a problem. If the knight moves, we lose a very important pawn. And also, notice how in this position, I said part of the benefit of giving Black the bishop pair is that one of the bishops has been pretty much put out of commission by these white pawns. But in this current situation, if the bishop is allowed to capture on e5, the bishop will be excellent in the center of the board. So I think the question is, can Dina play b3? Because if she can chase away this black queen and capture the pawn on e4, she should be fine. Also, if black goes for the queen trade, that should also be fine for white. Because you have some aggressively placed pieces, and you can try to get your rook into the center and capture this pawn on d3. So that would probably be acceptable. However, if she plays b3 now, engine says queen c3, attacking the rook on in the corner. And then if we try to chase the queen away while also protecting the rook with our queen, then queen d3. And now the problem becomes, if we continue chasing the queen can actually capture the pawn in the center. And then we've chased around the black queen for no reason, while also having to deal with this constant pressure against the knight. And when the knight moves, we lose another very important pawn in the middle of the board. And this bishop becomes a monster from the center. So, apparently, Dina has to play the move knight to g5 to try and capture the pawn on e4. But I don't like that. It really, really feels like white is in a difficult spot here, trying to contain black's bishop pair. But on the other hand, the engines are saying that this is an equal position. Okay, Dina's going for a different line. Queen to d4. Dina's trying to trade off the queens, and after the trade, if the black bishop captures on e5, then she will be able to capture in the center with rook takes e4. So Dina is not losing a pawn at this stage, but it's still a very problematic position for her, because she's facing the bishop pair on a fairly open board, which gives black a good position. In addition, her pawn on d5 is an isolated pawn, which means a pawn that cannot be offered protection by the other white pawns. And so these isolated pawns become pretty lonely, and they also tend to be attacked and difficult to defend. So all in all, Dina's position is bad. That's the honest truth of it. And our girls are struggling with the morning round. Both of them now in a worse position, despite having the white pieces, despite not even having played 20 moves. It is a rough, rough morning for those heroes in chat staying up to catch their favorite streamers. Is this guy an IM? Yeah, he is. 2473. He's a big dog. But still, IMs don't really scare Dina. It would scare Alexandra for sure, but IMs don't really scare Dina. But right now he's playing good moves. Okay. Would he scare you? Of course not. Patzer. Not even a grandmaster. What do you mean? Okay. We're going to go back and check in with Alexandra. Both Alexandra and Dina right now competing against the bishop pair. Ayantari would scare Hammer though. I mean, I'm not saying I don't get scared by anyone. I'm just saying I don't get scared by some Greek guy. But yeah, Tari's scary. So if you beat him, you're not giving him a rematch. You don't want to give him the option of getting some confidence back. Your accent is amazing to hear. Yeah, I get that a lot. Pisses me off every time. For a very long period of time in my life, I thought I actually didn't have an accent, that my American was just perfect. And then people come in saying, oh, your accent is so cute. Ah, is this guy German? Fuck you guys. Okay, we've had a couple of moves. Okay, so what happened is this guy, Steve, did get the memo on development, and he's developing his pieces. And he's developing his pieces while attacking stuff, which is the best way of developing. The queen now attacking the pawn on A4. So Alexandra decides to move her bishop out, point down on the queen and on the king, forcing the white pawn to stop those threats, and then the bishop can come back. Good play. Because now this pawn is blocking the queen's attack, and if the pawn moves forward to open up the attack again, well, then sayonara, game over. So instead, what happened is bishop h3. Now, after bishop h3, white cannot castle, because the bishop is controlling one of the squares the king would cross while it's executing its castling move. So we don't allow that. That's a rule. Here, however, seeing as how the pawn has moved, the black pawn is no longer defending the knight on b6. So this would be a very opportune moment for Alexandra to attack the black bishop, according to the engine, because now the bishop cannot save itself without losing the knight behind. I mentioned this because right now you're going to see a change in something on the screen that is not going to inspire confidence, let's say. So she played f3. Now, there's a sound foundation behind this move. You need to get the king out of the way so that you can get the rook into the center. Like, f3 in itself is not a disaster. But the change in the computer's evaluation is partly caused by the fact that we had a great opportunity to get rid of this very annoying bishop on the dark squares. The bishop that is placed on a square where we cannot kick it out because we moved our pawn too far up the board. So we had the opportunity to kick out the bishop, force a trade, which would be favorable for us. But we didn't take that option. And that's the main reasoning the computer is unhappy. Not because this is a bad move, but because we missed the opportunity to take out the most annoying piece in Black's camp. Okay, what are you guys talking about? Why are you not talking about what I'm talking about? Why are you not talking about what we're talking about? Wow. Guy with a soccer username on Twitch. Trying to come in with the counters. And then the streamer knowing that all you need to piss people off is calling a British soccer fan. Calling it soccer, and then they're just gonna go ballistic. Switch stream. Then another guy with a soccer username says, "It's football, mate. It's football. Yeah? Yeah? You gotta call it by a proper name, man." I cannot do accents. Liverpool. No, I can't. Imagine how good of a streamer I would be if I could do like a Liverpool accent. Close enough. It's enough to get chat rolling at least. That's not nice, Wolver. I'm not a fan of our pieces. Yeah, me neither, Sefcat. But no, we're the only ones who care about the chess being played. Everyone else wants to discuss posture. Okay, H5 on the board. That's a good move, actually. Yeah, that's like legit a pretty good move. Because now if Alexandra completes her plan, and she did it again. Notice how the eval bar is changing. So like, the eval bar is only changing not because these two moves are bad, but because it gives white the option of making a very favorable trade. So here, Alexandra had the option of going knight a2 to take out this annoying bishop. She didn't. The guy had the opportunity to save the bishop by moving the knight or keeping the knight protected so that the bishop could move away if attacked, making sure that there's no threat from the queen on the knight. Now the engine bar went back into saying it's equal because Alexandra got another chance at trying to kick the bishop out. And when she didn't, eval bar is back again. So I'm not super concerned. I don't think the players are fully appreciating the annoyingness of this bishop on b4. But of course, it's not a great sign that the computer is massively favoring black. I think a likely continuation is actually, yeah, now, because now Alexandra has completed her plan. Yeah, so she might be more willing to play this knight to a2 move than she was previously. Because that's kind of the next logical step in getting her pieces into the game. And actually, it's even better for white now if black allows it. So say if black castles here, which is a pretty sensible move, then knight to a2 is simply winning for white. Okay. Prediction. Oh no, the guy's about to move. Let's try to do a quick castle queenside prediction. Will the guy, Steve, play a move that makes his position go from winning to losing? Roughly, according to the engines. Will Mr. Steve play castles queenside? Let's do a 1 minute prediction. No, he won't. He will. He will. I'm telling you. Well, no, actually, I'm not sure he will. Because he also has to move h4, which is logical as well. But h4 probably also loses to knight a2. Okay, so h4 is not as bad, but it still gives Alexandra a good position after knight to a2. The big problem, the big difference now that Alexandra has moved her king is that after knight a2, if the bishop tries to capture the knight, which was the engine's favored response previously, now this is not check on the king. So now Alexandra can capture the knight and keep the bishop for later because the bishop is trapped. And that's a very big, very important distinction. Either castles queenside or h4. Yeah, but that would be too easy, Gakaz. So the prediction is, will he castle queenside only? (1988) is the year Canada was founded? Seriously? Well, not founded, but got away from the Commonwealth or something? They're trolling you? Oh, okay. Did anyone figure out the interesting historical fact someone was saying what happened in 1988? Because the Berlin Wall fell in 1989, right? I'm not sure anything happened. Anything interesting happened in 1988. Well, of course, other than Alexandra Botez being born. Oh man, you guys made the same joke? For fuck's sake. It's so difficult to be original in Twitch chat. I guess I have the advantage of being the streamer, but still. It's not difficult, just have to have good humor. Yeah, that's what Twitch chat is famous for. Good humor, huh? Yeah, I guess that was a self-burn, actually, now that I think about it. If I'm having the same originality as Twitch chat, and if Twitch chat has bad humor, well, you get the computations. Okay, we're gonna take a break from these failed jokes and instead do a little hashtag ad, because this stream is sponsored by Coinbase, the trusted crypto platform for crypto trading, trusted by Alexandra and Andrea. They also have educational tools in case you are interested in learning more about cryptocurrencies. You can check out their website or their app and get more information by doing command Coinbase in the chat. Okay, he castled. Did I not call that, or did I not call it? Boy, thank you, sponsors, for making the opponent make a huge blunder. Big payout. Big payout. How much money did people make? I didn't bet. I wasn't sure about it. Okay, actually, you didn't get that amazing of odds. Rich people in the channel points. Queenside castling, big celebrations. Also, let's not just remember that a lot of people won a lot of channel points on this prediction. This has also turned the position massively in Alexandra's favor. Alexandra can now gain a big advantage if she plays the move knight to a2. Let's make a prediction on knight to a2. Oh, man, it's so difficult being original these days. Prediction already up. Okay, let me... I'm a believer. today. I won like, I think 140,000 yesterday. I have a little to spend. She's now avoided playing this move, so that has to be said. Knight to A2. This move has been good for 2 consecutive moves. It was good here. She didn't play it. It was good here. She didn't play it. But now it's even better. And the reason it's even better is twofold. Number one, she moved her king. So now after knight to a2, black no longer has the option of capturing this white knight. Because if the knight is captured, it's not check on the white king. Instead, white can choose to capture the knight on b6, saying that, well, you're not actually going anywhere with the bishop afterwards. So I'll just leave that b for later to capture it then. So that's one major difference compared to earlier. The white king is in a better position. Number two, after castles, now if knight a2, there was an option previously of playing queen to defend the bishop. But because the rook is no longer along the A file, then now this can be captured. And after queen takes, she has to do the queen trade, but also this pawn can advance further since the rook is no longer there. Okay, rich. She plays it. Knight to a2, played at the buzzer. Doubters in shambles. I just want to tell you guys, I've been a believer now 3 times, and it's making me rich. Prediction hasn't ended. The prediction did end. It's just that the mods uncharacteristically are being very quick in paying out. Good early morning. Good morning to you as well, Shu. On what now? You heard me. You don't even have a reason to be unhappy. You're a bot, not a mod. Is time important at this stage? No. And also, Alexandra is playing much quicker than normal. It's fine. Can you repeat that, but in an American accent? Never tell Twitch chat about your likes and dislikes. It's a good learning opportunity for me. She was born in 1988. I don't see any other reason we would have that number on the screen, Zach. Is this Steve Jobs? Well, it's Steve. Close enough. What are the odds he goes queen d6? Well, he'll probably go queen e7. Because he wants to keep pressure down here. Let's do a prediction on queen e7. So if that's her birthday, what does UNR mean? It means that, you know, in case he has a problem during the game, it's a do not resuscitate, you know, unresuscitate. It's just important info for the organizers if something goes wrong. Unborn, that would be better maybe. Unregistered, oh, that would have been so much better. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I admit I could have done better making something up there. Are you also Alexandra's Fortnite coach? I think that's Gerber. Basically, you don't really void. Sorry guys. Someone was gonna make a lot of money there. Wow. Alexandra is playing very fast now. But I like that she's taking bishops. This was the only good move in the position. Black now is going to take with the queen. Yeah. So black doesn't want to take with a pawn because then the white gets an attack on the queen side. So black wants to trade the queens to keep the queen safe. But after the queen trade, black no longer has the advantage of the bishop pair, and black still has this broken pawn structure. So Alexandra is better here. Now, Engine massively liked her position if she had gone a5. So a5, and then rook a1 to try and capture this h4 pawn, b4 pawn. That would, yeah, according to Engine, just basically have won the game for her. But instead, b3 is a less good move, but a solid move. Just keeps everything defended. I think what's happening right now is that Alexandra is very tired and doesn't really want to think. And I'm actually fine with that. There's no rating on the line here. So I think one game of bad habits playing too quickly is fine. There's another game later today. So it would be nice if she could conserve her energy. And that's why I think it's fine playing quickly. If Alex wins, Hammer would take off the shirt. Actually, that reminds me. Chat. For this game, Alexandra is having the white pieces. So even though my nice BotezLive merch could signify a very black day, which is what we had yesterday, we should switch to a lighter color now that we're having the white pieces. Hammer is a fashion model now. You know, it is a tradition among Norwegian chess players. So I'm gonna take this very nice BotezLive wrapper. I'm actually not throwing this out. I kind of liked it. I think it's nice with the queen and the logo. And we're gonna open it up. And actually, oh wow, I almost forgot this. We're gonna raffle out one sweater. Gerber, can you tell me how I raffle out one sweater? Do I have to make people do a command? Personally wrapped? I mean, I would expect nothing less, Gakaz. I can make it for you, but I need to set it up. Okay, so we're gonna do one one sweater raffle. And we're gonna do it right now, Gerber. Yeah. Signed by Hammer. You may not have your sweater signed by Hammer. But I am gonna be opening this to reveal a white hoodie. And we're gonna switch into the white hoodie now. Hammer, do you have your own merch? No. But it's fine. Because I really like this one. Hammer merch when? Never happening. If it's happening, it will be in a very, very limited edition. Added 51 new entries. Enter by... Yes, so please type exclamation point hoodie in the chat if you want to win one of these nice hoodies. It's very, very laid back. It's not like noisy at all. There's this nice logo on the front, and then there's the little BotezLive brand on the sleeve, and that's it. Other than that, it's just like a very cozy, very soft hoodie. I'm having mine in XL, and I quite like that. I'm a big boy, but I'm not normally that big. But I like having my sweaters a bit oversized, and XL was excellent for me. So I would... I mean, it depends on your taste, of course, but having one size larger than maybe your proper size, it worked pretty well for me. Oh, the giveaway is already closed. Feels bad. But if you don't win the giveaway, this is available on the BotezLive. No, BotezLive.shop. BotezLive.shop, and congratulations to Chocolate Water for being the winner of the giveaway. Chocolate Water, I think you need to get in touch with Gerber. Can you help me out? Yeah, Whisper Gerber. Send a whisper to Gerber to give your contact info and stuff like that, and we'll have something sent to you. Congratulations. And for those of you wanting this but not winning the giveaway, we're doing another giveaway for the game later today. So stick with the stream. We'll do another one today. And if you don't want to try your luck, but instead just want to get the nice sweater, then use the shop command merch, or as a sticky in chat right now. Okay, we're having moves on the board as well. Bishop f5 being played. And now... Well, basically, Alexandra is doing very well in the long term because of Black's broken pawn structure. So pretty much whatever she plays, she's gonna have an advantage. I'm just gonna switch into... Should I be showing chat skin? Probably not. Should I do this off stream? Oh, chat. You see that, chat? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, and the other one as well. And the other one as well. How many gifted for the shirt? I mean, honestly, I don't think Alexandra would ever talk to me again. I think that would be a lot of gifted. This is pretty good. And she goes a5. Good move. Now she's probably now going after the pawn on b4. You just lost 1,500 viewers. Wow. That is disappointing. Not gonna lie. That is rough. How is Alexandra doing today? Just coming in, her position looks about equal. The position is not equal. This is what is known as doubled pawns. 2 pawns on the same file. It is a weakness. It can be attacked. Also, doubled pawns. These guys, they're even isolated doubled pawns. It's even worse. And then we have an isolated pawn over here as well. Like, Alexandra is not, she's equal only in material. In any other metric, she is winning. Sorry. And right now, her plan is to use the rook to move over and capture the pawn on b4. I think it's fair to say it's very, very likely she's going to win this game. And with the pace she's playing with, I think she can win it within the next hour. 1988, I thought she's younger. She does look very, very good for her age, Meow. I will say this. She looks very good for her age. It's not a lie. It's facts. That can't even be clipped out of context. Okay, knight d7 played. The knight had to move. It was being attacked by the white pawn. Alexandra immediately goes rook a1. Like, oh my god, what has she had for breakfast? Probably nothing is the answer. She hasn't had breakfast, so she's moving very quickly to try and get this game over with. The rook moves over. The idea is to come up and capture the black pawn. King c7 in response, moving to get ready to counterattack. The rook over to attack the pawn on a5. Alexandra is going to go rook a4 and has done that. The rook now attacking the pawn on b4. This pawn is difficult to defend. The only thing you can try to do is move the rook over to create a counterattack on white's pawn, but then Alexandra will move the next guy over. From one corner to the other, the rook moves. Now this guy is protecting this guy, while this guy is attacking that guy. So the rooks are working together, cooperating beautifully, and Alexandra is about to win a pawn. And there's nothing Mr. Steve from Boston can do about it. Also, I do guess Steve has some fans in chat, because I did see on his Twitter that he is a hashtag chesspunks contributor and I don't know, improver, whatever you want to call it. Anyone in chat want to readily identify yourself in front of many, many thousand viewers as a Steve fan? Yeah. I guess the answer to that is no. So, I just wanted to check. I just wanted to check people, because the thing is, we sometimes talk shit about the opponents. So I just want to make sure that Steve's grandma isn't watching or something like that, you know? Why do they write a move on paper? To record the game. Would she be a chatter though? I mean, we love our lurkers on this channel. Mr. Ghost, you might be used to just staying invisible, but in BotezLive, no one's invisible. Everyone's appreciated. The lurkers and the chatters. We don't discriminate. And shame on you for even suggesting there's a difference between a chatter and a lurker. My gosh. We don't talk about that, Belgique. How's Dina doing? We'll check in with Dina when we get this next move. Because Alexandra's been playing so quickly, it's very likely she's going to move fast. I'm 32 years old, Agri Boy. Born 1990. And I'm not just saying my birth year for random reasons. I am saying it loud because I'm hoping you connect the dots. Are you cold, Hammer? Not anymore, thanks to this BotezLive sweater, keeping me warm while doing BotezLive commentary. Please go to BotezLive.shop to get your own sweater. It was so free. I had to do it. Hashtag ad. BotezLive.shop, cows. It's also in chat if you do the command merch. BotezLive, what is it? Well, it's better than Botez Dead. Does UNR mean unrated? Yeah, Patu. But honestly, I might as well write it out. Like, what am I thinking? Saving 3 letters. There's a viewer claiming to be Steve's son. Don't know if it's real. Okay. Well, I guess we'll leave the Steve bashing. Slightly less Steve bashing in honor of Steve's son. Yeah, I'm not sure I buy that, Gerber. Because everyone's been claiming to be the uncle and the grandpa and his glasses and whatnot. What move do you recommend? Rook A1? Yeah, we talked about this earlier. Rook over, because now the rook in red is controlling, sorry, the pawn in red. Let's do this arrow in red as well. Yeah. So the red is watching the red. And then the blue is watching the blue. So the red rook is protecting the red pawn, and the blue rook is going to capture the blue pawn. So the rooks are working together, and no matter what happens next, Alexandra is going to win a pawn. Ooh, but there's trickery. Wow. Look at this, chat. Ooh, that's actually nasty. Okay, what if now Steve goes King C8? That's not suspicious at all, is it? It's quite suspicious. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how I can do this without Alexandra having an easy counter. But yeah, so King C8, if now the pawn is captured, then we have B5. The idea being that we cannot capture en passant because then the rooks will be up against each other and we'll lose our rook in the corner. And then since en passant is not available, the next, well, basically if white does nothing, then the knight comes over and actually traps the rook. So that's a bit tricky. We got to watch out for this idea. En passant is forced? Yeah. Not in BotezSlavia, it's not. What is en passant? It's a special rule in chess. So basically, when a pawn... So normally a pawn only moves one step at a time. But it has a special circumstance. Well, it's allowed to move twice on the first move, just to get going. But if there's a white pawn that can capture you if you went one step forward, the rule is that you cannot use the special two square move without giving that same white pawn the option of capturing you as if you had gone one move. And that rule is called en passant. Why is it special? It's just a rule, just somewhat unusual. It's special in the same way that the pawns can move two steps on move one, or that the pawn can become a different piece, or castling. It's different than the most normal way that piece can move. You didn't know that rule? Fun fact, Perseus, it is the most complained about bug on chess.com. People getting hit with the en passant, they will send bug messages to chess.com support. Chess.com wrote an article about it. I think basically it was taking quite a bit of their support resources. So they wrote an article just to have something to copy paste as an answer to people. She lost yesterday, Tinks. You once checkmated Magnus with an en passant, if I remember correctly. Yes, you do. Not too long ago either. 2.5 months ago. Taking down the Magnus Carlsen with an en passant checkmate. Boy, was that sweet. Okay, we got to move on the board. It's an interesting move. B5. Very, very good play here from Mr. Steven. Genuinely a great move. Because I thought the pawn on b4 was just lost. And there was no way of keeping it. But I have been proven incorrect. b5. Amazing move. Now, if we do the en passant move, we open up for both of our rooks towards the black rook. But the black rook will be defended by the knight when the knight recaptures. And we cannot capture this pawn afterwards because then we're going to lose our rook. So what's happening is that if Alexandra wants to win the pawn on b4, she has to capture it now. Let's do a prediction. Will Alexandra play rook takes b4? It is, right now, as far as I can tell, the only way to win a pawn in the very near future. However, if you do take that pawn, then we see this trick where the knight moves back, ready to try and trap the rook. And that's unpleasant. The rook cannot get away. It cannot move to the sides because the black pawn has that under control. And he cannot move forward because there's a black pawn, and he cannot go backwards because there's a white pawn. The rook is quite simply stuck, and the knight comes jumping in to capture it. Now, engines still believe that this is better for white based on a sacrifice, where Alexandra gives up her bishop to take out those pawns, restricting the rooks. And then afterwards, the rook is attacking on d5, and also the other rook can come in and attack the black king on the c file. Very tricky position. Wait, did the prediction already... Did we complete the prediction, Gerber? Real Assassinator flexing 69,000 points. Let's go. That's a big flex from a rich man. The prediction already finished. Man, I couldn't even complete my sentence before I was... Okay, I missed out on this prediction. I guess I might as well say what's going to happen then. She's not going to capture it because she's a sensible young woman who doesn't have, like, a wish to destroy her own position and confidence in pieces. Dina in big trouble. Yeah, let's go check in on Dina. We'll switch the camera and go check in on Dina. How bad is the sack actually? Seems playable. No, it was much better for white, according to the engine, but it feels weird giving up a piece. I was going to make a lot of money on this. She does not capture on b4. Instead, she goes for the en passant. She's a woman of self-control. You know it, Jones. Vila, can we switch to Dina? Has Hammer frozen? No. Is Hammer admitting to insider trading? I mean, I have admitted to insider channel points trading in the past. But I'm pretty sure I explicitly said that I didn't have time to bet. I just said I would have made a lot of channel points if I did. Vila. Okay. Looks like Vila's not here. We can't switch to Dina. We're going to go back to the big picture on Alexandra. I'm going to take a bathroom break. And when we get back, Then we're going to check in on how Dina's doing. The moves, by the way, people, after this b5 cleverness, en passant, the knight recaptures to protect the rook. But here, rook a7, clever move from Alexandra. The rook moves up the board, but not going for the trade, making threats towards the black king, towards the black pawn on f7. And, well, you're still not going to be able to capture this pawn. Because when the king moves up, then we cannot move our rook over. We cannot capture this pawn on f7. Because if we do, we open up between the black rook and the white rook. So Alexandra needs to find a different plan, but she does have her rook in an aggressive position, and she does have the potential threats she can make towards the black kingside pawns. So very well done by Mr. Steve for avoiding losing a pawn when losing a pawn seemed unavoidable. That was a really good calculation by him. But he's still under some big pressure here with the white rook in a good position. So I'm going to take a bathroom break and we'll be back. Okay, I'm back, everyone. Sorry about that, Gerber. I'll try to I'll try to take a bit longer breaks, but then you wait to run the ads until I actually left my chair. Okay, we gotta move. Rook to a6. So she's increasing the pressure in towards the black positioning. But now there's the concern that black can make trades. So what is happening here? Rook takes rook. Rook takes rook. Now we're threatening the pawn on f7. Yet the engine is advocating rook a8. But this makes no sense. Then we can capture a pawn. Are we afraid of this rook coming in to attack, well, basically everything? Maybe we are afraid of this. The engine is saying actually that this is not entirely clear, despite white having 2 extra pawns. Okay, I don't think he's going to find this idea, though. I think in general, Alexandra's rooks are in threatening positions. They're putting pressure on a lot of black pieces. I guess I should do this in red and then this in blue, maybe. So yeah, there's threats are being made towards the black position. Things are looking good. Do you agree it's time to move e3 to e4? No. No, I don't like this move. I guess it depends on situation, but in general, not a big fan. I guess part of Alexandra's problem here is that her knight has very limited options. Her knight can't move here, can't move here, can't move here, can't move here, can't move there. Yeah, so she would like to improve the positioning of her knight. But right now she's prioritizing grabbing pawns instead, which I think is fine. She's going to win a pawn now. Black can't prevent both rook takes f7 and rook to b7. So if black goes back to protect the pawn, then rook b7 still wins a pawn. So that's why he might as well sacrifice the pawn by going rook a8 and getting the rook into counterattack. Do predictions? Wow. Someone's trying to make up for a lot of lost channel points. Okay, we'll make a prediction. We'll do will black play rook to a8? Let's make it a 2-minute prediction. I'm not sure it's going to last for that long, but we got to give people some time to make their predictions. Otherwise, they're kind of useless. Also, in the meantime, we're going to be checking in on Dina's game. So let me just switch to our little pause thing. Maybe this looks better. But then I got to move chat. And we are currently switching the cameras away from Alexandra's game and to Dina's game. Unless Vila has fallen asleep, in which case we will not be doing that. But in the meantime, the current position is Wolkind against Alexandra Botez. And the prediction is, will black go rook to a8? Rook to a8 being highlighted on the board. Vila falling asleep. In his defense, it is 4 a.m. in LA. Okay, Vila actually has switched the cameras. Let's check in on Dina and her position. So this is the situation last time we saw it. We were concerned about the safety of her pawn on d5 and the potential in black's bishop pair. So the queens were traded off. The bishop takes in the center, attacking the knight, but the rook also captures a pawn, attacks the bishop, and protects the knight. The problem is, as the bishop returns, these two bishops are just monstrous. In addition, there's the idea black has of trying to attack the pawn on d5. Dina goes, wow, g4. What a move. Rook comes to d8, trying to capture the pawn on d5. g5 attacks the bishop, but the bishop just retreats. And it turns out Dina cannot capture the pawn on e7 because the rook needs to keep protecting the knight on d4. So she cannot allow herself to capture the pawn the black bishop left the protection of. So instead, bishop e3 offers extra protection. King f8 protects the pawn that was being attacked. Knight b5 attacks the pawn on a7, but it also leaves the black bishop able to capture on b2. Instead, bishop f5 attacks the rook. Rook moves away, attacking the pawn on h7. Now the pawn is captured on b2, also attacking the rook in the corner. Rook moves away. We're down a pawn with the white pieces, but we are attacking two pawns at once. And this is the current situation in the game. So Dina has two threats. She's hoping to be able to utilize one of them. But right now, the problem is, after a6, you stop one of the threats and you attack the knight. Yeah, that's not great. And if the bishop moves away, then black can probably just capture in the center. Yeah, this is just a pawn up for black. Yeah. It's not looking great. After a6, the engine has a really weird suggestion of d6. Basically, engine says you're going to lose this pawn anyway, so you might as well try to lure some of black's pawns away from defending the king. And after takes, knight d4. Problem is, here Dina's down 2 pawns. I'm not sure this actually improved the situation. But you are threatening to ruin black's pawn structure, and you are threatening the pawn on h7. So I guess there are arguments to be made for this. Why not take the knight? I knew you were going to ask that. The answer is because if knight takes, pawn takes, attacking both the king and the rook, so you have to recapture. And then bishop moves, opening up an attack on the king, while also having an attack on the bishop. And this is what's known as opposite colored bishop endgame. And black is not going to want to go for that. So here, Dina would actually legitimately have chances to make a draw. But in the other line, not so much. So the reason I didn't show this one first is because I thought the other line is better. Yep, saw all that. Good job, Joshua. You have reason to smile. How do they decide who gets to start with the white pieces? Basically, it's dependent on which color you had in the previous game. So because Alexandra had black in the previous game, she now gets the white pieces. And because Dina had black in the previous game, she now gets the white pieces. So basically, you try to make sure that everyone gets an even distribution of colors. Meaning that, and that is also the reason why chess tournaments are always odd numbered. Because in even numbered tournaments, it's difficult to create the right balance. That everyone gets 5 of each or 3 of each or whatever. But that's the reason why almost every chess tournament is 9 rounds. Because 9 rounds is enough to find a fair and just winner. But it's also an odd number, which means it's easier to find the color distribution 5-4 than it is making sure everyone is balanced at 5-5 or 4-4. Okay, so that's Dina's game. She's in trouble, but she's trying to put up a fight. Right now, her opponent is thinking. We're going to go back to Alexandra and check out how she's doing with her rooks. Because frankly, we've had a lot of moves in Alexandra's game, and the moves are very, very nice. Very, very nice. Number 1, our prediction, rook to a8 was not found. Rook to a8 would have been a really, really good move, but Steve did not find this resource. Instead, he played bishop g6 because, well, he wanted to protect the pawn on f7 that was being attacked by the white rook. The issue with this move is that black is going to lose a pawn regardless. Because now Alexandra moves her rook to attack the knight has to move, and when the knight moves, we're able to capture the pawn. So Alexandra has won a pawn, and now when the black rook tries to invade, then Alexandra can use her rook to block that invasion and try and offer up a rook trade. So now Alexandra has an extra pawn, and she prevented the black rook from getting access to attack the white pieces along the second rank. So Alexandra is winning. That is the situation. She's about to win this game. Send the check in the mail. It's GG. Alex will crush him. Easy, says Sam. And right now, that is very much looking like the case. Oh, and we get the big yawn on the camera. Big yawn for the cameras. Get her some coffee, all caps. Let me assure you, that girl is high on caffeine right now. I'm pretty sure her system is fully pumped. Okay, Steve doesn't want to trade. That's fine. Steve instead puts his rook to attack the pawn on b3, but that's fine. Our pawn is protected. We're good. Nothing to worry about. Non-native speaker. Non-native speaker. I take no responsibility for everyone getting banned right now. That's on you guys. Why is an unrated player actually part of that A group? Because it's not so much the A group as it is the Reykjavik Chess Open. The key phrasing being open. Also, good move from Alexandra. H4, nice move. It makes sure that the black pawn cannot move away. And since that black pawn is on the same diagonal as white's bishop, it also means that the black bishop is now doomed to a life of passive defense, trying to protect this pawn. Okay. My theory has been shattered. The bishop comes in to attack the white pawn. Alexandra does not fret. She just moves her rook back to protect the pawn again. This time zone is a pain for her. It certainly is, Rhodes. Also is the fact that they're playing 2 games today. G4. Well, I don't want to trade off this pawn, Gerber. Because this pawn could be a major weakness. Also, to be honest, right now, there's a fair chance that black will go f5 in order to get the f6 square for the knight. In which case, we definitely cannot push this guy up. Alexandra has a very good position. She's up a pawn, but winning this isn't going to be as straightforward as you would think. And the main reason for that is the knight on d2. This knight is a very bad piece. And now it's stuck defending this pawn. She can just flag him. That is certainly a possibility, yeah. The knight isn't bad. Well, I am a grandmaster at chess, so when I say the knight is bad, it's probably bad. That's not flexing. That is just telling chat the realities of the situation. Sometimes chat has to be put in their place. That being said, the commentator is also kind of tired. There's a lot of that going around when we have a morning round. Why didn't she move the pawn on to b4? Well, in this moment, moving the pawn up would be a very bad idea because of bishop takes. I guess she could technically have played... Oh, no. Yeah, no, because even if she did this here, then still the bishop would chase the rook out of position. So the reason she didn't go b4 is mainly because the further up this pawn goes, the more likely it is to being attacked. So for now, she's just being protective. And then she thinks that in the long run, having an extra pawn is going to be helpful. And spoiler alert, having an extra pawn in chess is quite helpful. Is there anything in sacrificing the knight on c4 to regroup the pawns afterwards? I am a big fan of pawn structures, but giving up an entire knight to fix the pawn structure is too much. I do love having all of these pawns working together, but I love my knights even more. Who's the highest rated participant in the Open? It is Vasily Ivanchuk, former number 2 player in the world. This dude is going to run out of time. Well, the thing is, after 40 moves, they get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. And right now, they're on move 34. They also get 30 additional seconds per move that's being made. So, yeah, he's not running out of time, I'm afraid. Alexandra is going to have to beat him in a conventional way by, you know, getting a pawn to become a new queen or something like that. Have you ever played Ivanchuk before? Yes. I've played Ivanchuk a couple of times. I beat him once, but I also lost against him once. Maybe I even lost against him twice, if I'm honest. Have you played against Magnus? Yes. Have you beaten Magnus? Yes. What long-term plan do you like here? Honestly, I don't really like any of White's long-term plans. So I'm kind of hoping that Steve from Boston is going to blunder, because I don't think White's position is that easy to win as I originally thought. What is Alexandra's score right now? They only played 1 round so far, so she's on 0 out of 1. But she's hoping to get to 1 out of 2. Okay, f5 on the board. Good move yet again. The knight is coming to the f6 square. From where it's controlling e4, it's controlling g4, and it's protecting on h5. And yeah. No, this is gonna be tricky for Alexandra to win. This is not at all easy. Part of the problem is if the king could get over here, it would be probably super easy. But the king can never get over there because it cannot get past the knight. And the knight cannot move because if you move the knight, you lose the pawn. The engines are suggesting rook to a6, with the idea that after bishop takes pawn, then bishop d3, and there's no way for black to defend the pawn on f5. But that's pretty difficult to figure out. What about king e1 followed by bishop d1? Good suggestion. So king e1 followed by bishop d1. Very good suggestion. Trade. Rook over. Attack the pawn. The pawn is defended by the knight. And then we can move our king up. Yeah, this seems sensible to me. Computer didn't really like it though. But this feels sensible. The problem is now the white knight is still stuck, because the knight needs to protect these 2 pawns. So it's not optimal, but it feels like progress somehow. It was at +3 at some point through that. Yeah. So the engine says that black cannot go knight f6. Because after knight f6, you have rook to a2, trapping the bishop. Bishop cannot move because now the rook is unprotected, which is the difference between the knight moving and not. But I don't think that makes any... It doesn't make a big difference for the evaluation of the position. Because if black then just doesn't go knight f6, then black doesn't fall for this trick. But it is worth noting, though, that f5, the idea behind f5 is to go knight to f6. And right now, knight to f6 is a losing move. So basically, Alexandra's opponent is planning to make a blunder. He's planning to make a blunder, and then how do you deal with that? So probably you go king e1, not because you have a great plan or it's a great move or anything, but basically you just want to wait for the blunder and then you capitalize. So yeah. The big question is, does Alexandra realize that knight f6 is a blunder? And if she does, then she should just pretend as if nothing is happening and allow the opponent to make that blunder. Can she play f4 to bait knight f6? Well, f6 is a terrible move in general, because it means that white now will have no control over the e4 square and the g4 square. But like you guys say, it does bait the knight to f6 move, but there's an important distinction. After rook a2, the bishop now doesn't have to capture the pawn on b3. And instead, the bishop can find a nice home in the center since the pawn left its duty to protect the e4 square. And here, black is probably fine. Even though black is down a pawn, this is fine-ish. So, yeah. It's a tricky position. It's difficult for white to make progress, and it would be much, much easier if the opponent made a blunder, say knight to f6 on the next move. So it's going to be interesting to see. Okay, actually, let's make a 3-minute prediction. Let's make a 3-minute prediction. Let's make the prediction. Will black's next move be knight to f6? But then you're going to have to make your decision before you know whether Alexandra plays f4. So if she plays f4, then knight f6 is actually a good move. And if she doesn't play f4, then knight f6 is a massive blunder. Tricky. Very tricky. 1, 2, or 5. Oh, okay. Thanks, Gerber. 2-minute prediction, people. Why is it a massive blunder? We talked about this, but I'll repeat it. If knight f6 after a neutral move like king e1, the rook can attack the bishop. The bishop has nowhere to go but to capture the pawn on b3. But then rook b2 attacks the bishop, and if the bishop moves, we can capture the rook. Now, this idea doesn't work in the current situation because here, if Alexandra goes rook a2, the bishop captures, the rook can attack the bishop, but when the bishop moves, the rook is defended by the knight. Okay. Okay, rook a7 on the board. This actually prevents knight to f6. Let's void it. Let's void it, Gerber. It's too easy. Too easy money for the people voting right now. He's never going to play knight f6 on this move. I'm voiding it. Rigged. Yeah. No, I agree in general that the people who made their bets early just made poor bets, but this one is too obvious. Too obvious. Okay, but rook to a7 was kind of strange because now you can capture the pawn. Ooh, but actually, look at this. How clever is she? Nice moves from Botez. She lures black into capturing the pawn on b3, but then she sits ready with that bishop to d3 move to hit the pawn on f5, and now there's no way of protecting the pawn. Genuinely nice play. Proper good play. And then what happens after king here? I guess you capture. Yeah, this should be fine. How can she sit so still? I don't know how she can do it without back support. That I will give you. But sitting still is not that much of a skill in my opinion. Maybe that's what I think because I'm extraordinarily good at it, but she has a lumbar support. Not a lot though. Those chairs do not look super comfy, I think. Giga Chad posture. What makes a posture Giga Chad? Is it just being upright? Hey Toucan, have a nice day at school. Upright with no back support equals intimidating equals Giga Chad. Being healthy is Giga Chad. Wow. The bar for Giga Chad is really low, huh? Being healthy is all that's up. All that you need. Do you have a Twitch channel? Yeah. But I don't stream very often. And when I do, I stream Fortnite. I'm not a chess streamer. I leave that to the people who can stand playing Blitz for 4 hours straight. I play Blitz for half an hour, I lose one game, and I quit. That's my chess streamer career. I'm amazed. I'm amazed people can play chess on stream for more than 2 hours. Does she gain rating from this? No. Actually, the answer is no. The good thing is, if she loses, she doesn't lose rating. But the bad news is, considering that she's currently in a winning position, about to capture the pawn on f5. When she wins, she's not gaining rating because the opponent is unrated. Feels bad. Has to play for 30 minutes to lose a game. You caught on to that sprint, huh? But it still hurts. When that first loss comes, it still hurts. When's your next over the board tournament? I'll be playing the Norwegian Championship this summer. I'm not sure I'll have time for anything else before that. I'm genuinely tired right now. Okay, we'll let Mr. Steve Wolkind stew on this position and we'll check in with Dina. We'll move to this scene while we switch the cameras from Alexandra to Dina. She doesn't win anything? No. Beating an unrated, she doesn't get a thing. Feels bad, but such is life. Do you like playing competitively? I mean, I think playing chess competitively is very stressful, but I kind of like preparing for games. So right now, I'm kind of enjoying preparing Alexandra for the games. Because I'm looking at a lot of chess, I'm finding new ideas, you know, that kind of thing. That's the part of competitive chess I like the most. And I don't even need to I don't need to play and get sad when I lose in order to get that feeling. Vila, are you sleeping? Vila, can you switch to Dina's game? Can someone tag Vila? Anna just won her game. Wow. Streamer competition. Who can win their games quicker? Well done, Anna. Alexandra is going to win her game. I'm pretty confident. Okay, we got to move from... it doesn't look like Vila's around. And we got to move from Alexandra. She doesn't capture the pawn on f5, which I was suggesting. Instead, she directs her attention against the c6 pawn. Computer says this move is better than the move I suggested. Alexandra playing some good chess right now. And I wish you would commentate Andreas boxing too. I mean, I'll do it if I'm asked. You know, I don't know the terms, but, you know, hook and bang. Before we see this game through to its conclusion, which right now is looking like it could be very, very soon, Alexandra playing some top tier level moves in a row. I want to remind everyone that this stream is being sponsored by Coinbase, which is the trusted platform for trading cryptocurrencies used by Alexandra herself. If you're curious about crypto, you can also find some good educational tools and and resources on the Coinbase app and on their website. You can use exclamation point Coinbase to get more information. And I'm gonna okay, for now I'm actually gonna take a break, Gerber, but I'll only be away for 1 minute. I just need to get some water and stop yawning like crazy. I'll quickly, first, one move being played. King to d6 protects the pawn on c6, but does nothing to protect the pawn on f5. So now Alexandra will take this pawn, and she's doing very well. Quick break. Zarfort, Alexandra is not 35. I want to make this very clear. Alexandra is not 35. Her birthday is in September. Everything I said is not just technically true, it's true. End of story. Just factual information for the stream. Hammer looks good, so good for being 48 years old. What do you mean? My birth date is 2631. I'm actually the youngest person ever. Ahead of my time. Someone asked what rating I would estimate that Steve, the opponent today, is. So his USCF rating is about 1600, which in FIDE would mean like 1500. The US adds 100 to your rating to make Americans feel good about themselves. Blunder asks Van Tuckern. No, actually, this is a rather clever move to try and trade. Because if Alexandra now takes this bishop, then the rook comes in, attacks the bishop, and attacks the knight. And you can't save both the bishop and the knight. So it's actually quite clever. And Alexandra decides she doesn't want to trade. She plays e4. So she keeps the option of going e5 check on the king and take the bishop afterwards. But for now, she wants to give herself some extra options. Attacking with the rook towards the king, with the bishop towards the knight, and the pawn now getting involved as well. The white pieces are starting to... they're starting to do something towards this black king. Also worth noting, Alexandra now has the option of moving her king forward. This king could be a very useful player. For the past, I want to say for the past like 12, 13 moves, Alexandra has executed this game very, very well. She did not play well in the opening, but she's done really well since. Terrible opening, but otherwise, since then, a really strong game and confident. She's been playing much, much quicker than what she usually does. Where's the en passant? Actually, Alexandra played en passant herself earlier today. So it's a good thing she learned about that special move yesterday. What was the opening? It was the Queen's Gambit declined. She actually didn't know. Oh, it kind of seemed like she didn't know about it yesterday. I didn't dare ask her, of course. You are definitely fired for that joke. She doesn't have time to watch stream. And Andrea likes it when I pick on Alexandra, so. Okay. She's eyeing up rook to a3. Yeah, good call. Good call. Rook a3 right now is a massive threat. Sorry, rook a7. I don't know why I said a3. Like, if this bishop moves, well, then you can... Basically, actually, Alexandra is winning material, I think. Like, she has so many threats on black's position. It's difficult for black just to make a neutral move. Okay, but say black goes rook b2. That makes sense. Trying to attack towards the white king. Then rook a7. Really powerful counter. Because if the knight moves, the pawn comes in for the checkmate. Really nice example of the pieces working together. That would be nasty. Nothing like a pawn checkmate to make you feel good about yourself. Rook to b7 would stop this, sure. Is he gonna play rook to b7 though? What about rook to b4? Same thing. Rook to b4, rook comes here, attacks. The knight cannot move because then checkmate. How many more moves until move 40? They're on move 39 right now. So Steve needs to make 2 more moves before he gets an additional 30 minutes to think about things. He might actually run out of time. I don't think so, but I think it's fairly likely he will make a blunder. Not on this move, but on the move next. Because he's so low on time. The black bishop move was terrible. It wasn't that bad. It's just that his position was terrible. What's the advantage of 40 moves? When 40 moves has been played, each player gets an additional 30 minutes of thinking time. Yesterday's game ended in a loss, Dwight. Is stalling illegal in chess tournaments? No. You're allowed to use your own time as you see fit. Okay, he does find rook to b7. Feels bad. So the immediate knockout blow has been prevented. But, okay, for some reason, Engine is saying e5 is very good now. And she plays it. Wow, she's really executed this end of the game so nicely, so nicely. E5, check on the king. The king has to go back. Bishop takes, rook comes in to attack. But now, bishop moves away. Rook takes knight. The king counterattacks rook. Rook moves away, and then the white rook comes in to do kind of the same thing that the black rook was trying to do with the white pieces. And now the moves are coming in quick. The king has moved back. The bishop is taken by Alexandra. And now after rook b2, we will see... Oh, then we will even see rook takes c6. Yeah, because he moved the rook back in the wrong position. And then Alexandra can just protect her bishop. It's over. Alexandra is going to win this round 2 of the Reykjavik Open. She's taking down Steve. And that means she'll probably also get a good opponent in the next round. She's kind of unlucky though. She's getting the good opponents with the black pieces, which makes her life more difficult. But this game has been very well executed. After a bad opening, she's played quickly and confidently for the rest of the game. And now Steve is just, yeah, he's getting ready to resign. Anna Kamling has the same issue. Yeah. Starting with the black pieces in the first round was a bit of a curse. Because now you struggle to get out of the yo-yo, going up and down, playing bad opponents, then good opponents, one after the other. And you end up always getting the black pieces against the good opponents. How did he get plus 30 minutes? After 40 moves has been played, you get an additional 30 minutes on the clock. But that also means Alexandra almost has as much time now as she did when the game started. She was taking no prisoners this game. She wanted the win and she wanted it quick. She wanted to get back to get a nap before the next round. Okay, the knight moves back to attack the rook, but now Alexandra will move her rook back so that her pieces are protected. And that's going to be the last move of the game. She can have a power nap mid-game. I don't think she can hold that posture and get her napping done. How long of a break before the next game? The next game will start at 6 p.m. Oslo time, 4 p.m. Icelandic time, noon Eastern, and 9 a.m. Pacific, aka in 4 hours. Is Oslo time Central European time? Yeah. Where did Steve's bishop go? It has left the building. Okay, guy in this, just get the... This is the problem. Once you reach move 40, everyone is kind of done with their games. And then they just block the camera, just as we're waiting for Steve to give up his hand in resignation. Will Steve resign here? I need a part of this action. Oh man, I didn't catch it in time. Is Hammer okay? Hammer's just coordinating. Hammer writing on the keyboard. Getting ready for the end of this game, which I believe is coming now. I think Steve is going to resign. And he looks over at his score sheet, scribbles something down, maybe makes a note of what he thought was his decisive mistake. But it's time to end it. It's time to end your misery, and it's time to get a nice lunch and get ready for the next one. And he resigns the game, gives the nod of approval. A good play from Alexandra there after the opening. The opening, we don't talk about. The opening was not good. But after the opening, GG's. Well done. She played quickly, she played confidently, and quite frankly, she played well. For move 20 or like 18 and out, she played a really good game. Draw or win, she won. She won a good game. Dina won too. We'll check in with Dina after we talk to Alexandra. So stay with us, everyone. Alexandra will get the camera and she'll talk to us after. Pin Alexandra in Zoom. I need Vila to do that. But we'll get her back soon enough. Okay, I'm trying to get either the video feed or Alexandra. It seems like Alexandra disconnected from the call, which is why it ended up being all black. We're trying to reach her.
I appreciate it. Thank you. It is 12:04. Okay.
Well, I wish I had one second.
One sec. I'm just gonna put this on the stand real quick.
You guys can hear this, right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Where's my Zoom? Oh, there it is. Hey.
Give me one second. All right.
Just live at the moment?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. And I just, yeah, so I just wanted to tell you, I watch your videos and they're just amazing.
So glad.
And you do so much for that's so one, you know, like playing against a street within painting or very good. That was very nice. So are you going to do some more videos here like that?
I'm trying. I mean, so I'm gonna do a game analysis, but it's hard.
After the game, I like to stay here with you live on time.
Well, if I stream, you're welcome to it.
When are you going to do that?
No, I'm just figuring it out. I didn't have a sim card. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, she's talking to, I think, one of the organizers or something. But we're getting her. Now she's taking pictures with fans. I think we have the stream so that we can show it.
Okay, Hammer, you're allowed to speak now. Last time you were speaking, we were in the tournament hall, so I had to log off.
Sure. The problem was also you weren't pinned in Zoom, so every time I spoke, I lost your video feed.
Wait, you lost my video?
Not today, but yesterday.
Oh, that's okay.
We fixed it.
I'm actually gonna review the game with my opponent.
Yeah.
Maybe you could be
Are
on
you gonna
call
do
too.
it on stream?
Yeah,
With sound?
yeah. And maybe you, yeah. And then maybe we can keep your words of wisdom.
My
As we
lack
do
of
it.
words of wisdom or what?
Well, do you not have words of wisdom?
I have some input, yeah.
Did you? I played a good game though, right?
You played really well after like move 20. The opening you played really poorly.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought I played the opening so well.
Yeah, no, you were much worse at some point.
Oh, damn.
A4 was
the more
really
you know.
bad because of what we talked about. You know how giving your opponent squares where they cannot be pushed away by pawns?
I hear you. Okay, one sec. Let me get this set up. Okay. I'm just gonna put out the board. I have so much junk in my backpack because it's so cold.
Something that looks like trash.
I will grab it.
Remember, everyone, this board is also available on the BotezLive shop. Exclamation point merch in chat.
Actually, so Bishop G5 there is not the best move, but I get mixed up about.
Oh, Hammer actually is the one who told me to play Bishop G5, but apparently I played it poorly after.
I don't do my theory on it. And I don't get D4 that
Oh my God,
often.
I'm gonna pick all of those up. I just need to get the pieces out. Sorry.
Oh, I'm not in a hurry.
Sound and video is off. Not by much, I think.
We're gonna have a little grandmaster voice over there.
I would appreciate having you sit on the left side, Alexandra.
You want me to be on the other side?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, let me get out the pieces first.
It's off by a lot. Well, too bad for you guys, chat.
I think it's because of the way it's being streamed.
Yeah, but I will say the way it's being streamed is much, much better for me. I'm actually able to have chat up on my second monitor. I would need a third monitor to do it well with without having the extra.
Okay, I think.
You should get a third. I probably should, but I haven't gotten to it.
Where is this? Oh wait, yes.
Sound is low. I don't think I have a way of increasing the sound. I can make my sound lower so that I'm not so noisy compared to them, and then you can increase the sound.
All right, let's try it like this. Sorry about that. Okay, I think this is as good as we're gonna get. Chat. Okay, cool.
All right.
So E4.
knight here,
This.
and then I play this.
Yeah.
So we found your games on chess.com and WeChess.
Okay.
And we saw that you always play this. So
Yeah, so I played like keep the simple stuff from selecting. So it's this.
But Hammer did say that your openings were pretty good and that you knew your stuff. But like, okay, all right.
I mean, yeah. I like those representations. You took first, or you played?
I took first.
You took first.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Yeah, and then bishop.
Yeah. So this.
So this
was
might
all
be main
correct.
line, right?
Yeah. So here I was expecting you to take with a queen.
And I'm not sure if this is the right. So I know that in other lines where you don't exchange here, it's better to take with the pawn. But I couldn't remember after the exchange what I'm supposed to do, and afterwards I was like, I'm making myself kind of figure. But I decided to do this because it restrains your next some, and you might. More interesting. So
I think from what I saw, queen takes is more accurate,
sure,
but then
yeah.
it gets into this really tricky line where you have to play rook a7. So that's what I had looked into.
Oh, I see. And I
Yeah.
didn't know. Yeah, I don't know that.
We had assumed that because your openings were good, you would know it and get it.
No, I only know
And
some.
you play rook a7.
Is that your move?
Yeah, that's the best move because if you do this and you have a backwards c pawn,
I can't do this.
you can. I mean, this works as well. And then I would just play something like my bishop over castle and then go for queen.
Yeah. No, so I only know some of the business, but I know enough.
I mean, this turned out well, and apparently apparently I didn't play this correctly. Cameron, can you tell me when I played wrong?
Well, already queen b3 is a mistake.
Wait, queen b3 is what the computer said was the best move because you didn't put this line in the file, and I looked at it. I only had Fritz, but Fritz told me this was the best move.
Well, Fritz is not very good at chess.
Oh yeah, you think you'd beat Fritz? I don't think so. Okay, so why is this not a good move?
Because you're not going to be in a position to take on d5. You're not going to be in a position to take on b7. So you're essentially just misplacing your queen. Basically, the reason we wanted to go queen b3 was to provoke weaknesses in black's camp. But with pawn takes f6, he has already given himself those weaknesses. So now we could instead just focus on development, e3, bishop d3, and go for the f5 square.
So you don't need to make many weaknesses.
So if I had played like this and he played rook to g8, what would I do with my bishop?
Well, in the game you played g3, right?
Yeah,
So you would play g3.
I guess so. I didn't love the idea of castling into all of your attacks.
Yeah.
What attack?
Yeah.
Well, it felt like it was going to be an attack, but okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. We're still on the stream and I'll do it.
Sometimes I wasn't expecting going swinging
You guys should try and talk a little bit louder or move the camera a little bit closer.
Yeah, I don't think I can with this move call, but I'll just push it in.
Also, I don't need to.
No, it's unless you don't feel comfortable with it. Okay. Okay, well, it's not coming. Okay, well, I have an idea. Let me put it on.
Could you just get taller? Like
I could move it on here.
Hearing is better than seeing, some people are saying.
Okay.
Oh, I guess that's bad if the sound is bad. I thought chat was being nice and supportive for once, but I guess not.
Just move. Further it is from the plane, the better.
Do they not have chairs? Well, all the chairs are probably being used. There are 400 people playing in the Reykjavik tournament.
There's not a lot of furniture around here.
All right, guys. I think this. All right, are we good?
Yeah, no.
I think that's as good as it's gonna get, chat.
I mean, I have
Hammer?
the board up on the screen as well to
Okay,
try and
sounds
follow
good.
along with you guys.
So I'm pretty sure I put this here.
Yeah, you did. I thought that was an interesting idea.
Well, again, in other lines, maybe not with this, but in other positions like this, it's okay to allow the queen here and then.
We don't
Yeah,
see
which is
Steve.
why-
Yeah.
Hammer, what did you think about this?
What else can I do?
About what?
About knight to d7.
Knight d7 was an excellent move.
Was what?
Excellent.
Excellent. Okay. Nice. All right. So then here I played g3.
Yeah, which I realized you were likely to do with this one.
Yeah, I mean, I was considering going the other way also, and I was looking at a line like something like this, and then trying to bring my bishop up. But I didn't really see what the point of getting my knight there was, so I just decided to do your normal development. I don't know if there was anything better, but it ended up being a little awkward.
But I mean, it made this file not useful for me, and it's okay. I mean, you got a lot of maybe like square weaknesses, which I tried to go for eventually, but it didn't work. So.
Hammer, what did you think?
Whether to go e3 or g3?
Yeah.
I referred to my previous comment about it being fine doing both, but your queen is slightly misplaced. So all I really care about is the f5 square.
I don't. But what am I supposed to do with that square? Because, like I said, I looked at this plan with getting my knight there, but it didn't really do anything after. I was trying to look towards the d pawn.
Yeah. No, but like bishop d3, queen c2, knight h4, and knight f5. It's just very good for white.
Yeah, but again, I visualized it and I just didn't see where I would go to from there.
Yeah.
But maybe
It's just pressure in my face. It's something
I guess.
It's more like the opponent is lacking good plans, so it gives you a lot of time to build up further.
Okay, you say so. I'll look at it after too, but I'll take you at face value for now. Okay, so I played. You played.
Oh yeah. Because I was just worried about. I was worried about this. I was worried about this. Eventually, I think I regretted it, but and I had some idea that it was. I didn't like the knight here permanently just because blocking some of my own coverage there, and I can't really like. I want to be able to play this eventually, but I can't right now. Wait, did I play this? When did I play that?
Oh, maybe you played that first.
Did I play this first? I don't have much shooting.
Yeah, I have my sheet there too.
Bishop d6, then knight b6.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Hammer. Okay, bishop e6. Okay, and then here, I think I played. No, I didn't, because I kept my bishop here. Did I play this?
You played g3.
Oh, wait, I already played e3 though. Are we just behind a move?
No, you played e3, then g3.
G3, then e3?
No, e3 first.
Oh, e3 and then g3. Okay. Yeah, my pawn moves were a little.
A4, right?
Okay, yeah, and then I played a4, which
I thought for a while.
I think your move was good. Hammers didn't like my in here. I thought it made sense, but
well, I think certainly I can't.
Yeah,
do that.
Yeah, no, I think you have to push, and honestly, I didn't really abuse that square too much.
No, I was wondering if I could avoid it somehow. Like, I thought that maybe. So I can't, if I play this and
it's not trap, but you do lose it.
I was thinking about doing this. I didn't make a question.
That's interesting.
But, yeah, I don't know.
But I thought that you getting that square was good for you.
Yeah, I liked. I mean, it's the waste of tempo doesn't make me happy, and then I thought eventually there could be a problem here.
Hammer, what do you think?
A4 was really bad, and A5 is a great response.
Sometimes it sounds like he's your coach, not mine.
Well, I don't know. I think the coaches have to be harsh.
Yeah. He has no issue with being harsh. Okay.
If it goes to my head, it doesn't bother him next game, right?
That's true.
Yes, be careful about it.
That's true.
Okay, so I played that, and then now.
And now I moved my rook over. I was trying to prevent you from playing this.
Okay, I wasn't sure what the rook was about.
I thought you'd have to go for some kind of pawn push, and I thought you wouldn't be able to do it here because I would take, you would take, and then I'd go for the check.
Yeah, and now.
And then the position seemed kind of uncomfortable. I think you actually can, but I thought that this would be fine for me because then I
Yeah. I mean, realistically speaking, at this
and
point,
try to open up the position.
with these pawns, I'm not casting anywhere. I mean, maybe.
Right. I mean,
Okay.
were you thinking?
So I kept thinking about a time to do it, but I kept hating, like, basically, once I had these here doubled like this, because I don't play with the structure that often, I just know that sometimes it's not the worst thing.
Yeah.
But then I just really didn't like the idea of what it looked like, after something like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this? Right? Like,
And I just wanted to prevent you from doing that.
yeah. No, I think that this is a move that's going to be important for me, and I didn't find a chance to. So it's my only break, right?
Right. But I liked this move.
Yeah, I thought it couldn't be. It couldn't be bad. I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't like moving the bishop again before I was done developing, but it seemed like if I didn't do it.
Also, since you were better off, I'm actually curious what you missed. Because Hammer said you were better.
Okay, so actually, it's funny. After you made this move, your body language changed a little bit. And I was like, did she just think she made a mistake? And so I spent a while looking at whether or not this works, but I think you can just block it.
I think I was just
can't bring
stretching.
another. Yeah, I know. It's like my brain is sometimes like too connected to this thing, and like, but this doesn't work, right? You just block. You defend with the bishop, and then
Yeah,
try.
I thought I did this, and then it's okay.
Like, because there's no way to get anything else. Yeah.
Hammer, was there a better move than Bishop B4?
No, Bishop B4 is good because it creates trouble for the pawn on A4, which you left on the previous move. So Rook D1 was also not great because.
You know what? I'm very curious to see what moves he could have made to make this position not great. I think you're really hating on it.
Well, Engine had it at -1.
Oh damn! This was -1.
No, not this.
In my world, -1.
Not this.
My training
Here
partners
it
and I
says
did
it's very slightly better for white.
Oh, better for white. It's not -1.
Okay, sorry. So where did I make mistakes then?
So after Bishop B4, you went Knight D2, right?
It made some sense to me.
Yeah, I know I played this, but I'm not sure why it's wrong.
And then after Queen D7, Bishop B5, C6, you had to go Bishop B5 to protect your pawn on A4, right?
Yeah.
So that was a good move. But
and then I just put my bishop back.
Yeah.
And like, once he castled, I really liked my position, and I didn't see what else he could do here.
I shouldn't have castled.
Well,
No, I
castles was a mistake.
I figured.
Is this where I played Bishop H3?
No, it was after he castled.
After I thought.
Yeah. No, here he castled. And then
No, he
played
went Bishop H3.
You're right. Actually, he did play.
So I was worried he would castle. You might.
Yeah. I actually wanted to play this all along because it felt safer than castling.
Okay. I wondered, like, when you played this here, I became concerned that you were planning to trap right or whatever. So is this where I pulled it back? No.
Not yet.
No, I played H.
Oh yeah, you played
Yeah,
H4. Yeah, you're right.
So the engine really dislikes F3, and the engine really wants black to try and preserve the dark squared bishop on B4.
Oh, I need to
So essentially, right now you're struggling with this bishop because the knight is undefended behind it.
Yeah.
So should he have moved? But he can't leave his bishop there, right?
No, so the engine is suggesting queen to C7 as being pretty massive for black. The main reasoning being that now if you try and chase the bishop away, the bishop can move safely.
I think here you could kick me out if I tried to. And let's say,
you can play that. So then.
But then you've taken it to defend it by the way, and then this pawn's hanging, which I guess is why that move was good.
Yeah. Okay.
That's a hard move to see.
Yes. Huh.
That's interesting though.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I sort of didn't realize
Oh,
that
I
you were
guess
just making
actually you
another.
could play this and then just take right away.
Interesting.
So that is sneaky. And then you're defending this knight as well.
Yeah.
And then your
Gerber
position
Baby
starts
3
making sense.
gifted a tier
What
1
a
sub
move.
to nation_chess.
Yeah, I was looking
They
for
have
ways to
given
get free
71 gift subs in the channel.
Okay, so my queen's here one minute.
Yeah.
And you play that, and then this, and now.
I moved my king over.
I always say castle.
I think you finally castle here.
Yes, which is basically every time I castle one, it's an error.
So I guess the big thing for you is you need to keep
Keep
as
this.
soon as you let me get this, I had an advantage.
Yeah, and I completely didn't see knight too.
Oh,
Coming. Like I wasn't sure what you were gonna do next year,
yeah.
and I knew that there were some like reroute ideas over here, but somehow.
I think if I didn't have this, it would look pretty good for you.
Yeah. Right, and at this point, I have to basically like, you trade everything off of this. There's no other. I don't know what else I could do really.
Yeah, I don't think you had anything better. Hammer, was there anything better after I played knight a2?
No. And after knight a2, you played a pretty flawless game.
Yes. Well, and right here is where I really started to feel like I started to go really wrong.
I don't think you went wrong. I think
Well, it's just
you
a tough
castled and then you were just worse off and fighting for your life.
Yeah, I think I should have. So suppose I didn't pass it.
Yeah. So if you didn't castle, let's say you played this instead.
Oh,
my
right.
knight is here.
Then you're
Yeah. Because then, if I ever push this, your bishop just goes
bishop
back.
go back. Yeah.
I can't take care of this here. And then even if you castle next, at least your knight is defended. So I think it's because you rushed into it.
Yeah, I got anxious about leaving my king in the middle.
I don't blame you.
Because I'm pretty comfortable not castling.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because then everything was forts.
Yeah.
I thought you were just playing best moves, but there was just nothing to do in your position.
I have a bad habit of
Here, do you want to play it out?
Yeah, let's just
Let's play it out so it's yeah. Okay, so castle here.
That here.
Queen up.
Take and so that I didn't anticipate, but makes sense. And then here I think I wasted time.
I'm curious why you didn't anticipate it because it's like
again,
obvious.
I think I don't understand a lot about like the kind of play with these fonts.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess you don't want me to push that.
Yeah, no, I want this protected, and then since this is the base of your pawn chain, I figured as soon as I start opening it up, even if I don't win a pawn, but I'm first to the open file, and then you had so many pawn weaknesses that I thought that the endgame would be good.
I wonder. So again, here I played bishop here because I was anxious about getting trapped over here. It probably hasn't been
Yeah, I didn't think we needed that move.
It was a waste. Yeah, I mean, just, if I had understood what was about to happen here, because I didn't realize the danger of this, and then I went behind, and so I think that this kind of thing should be ringing alarm bells for me, and it's not. So, yeah, the pawn's still far away, and I've got this one, but it's not. It's not good.
That makes sense.
This would have been, I think, looking at it now, I wish I had.
Yeah, because this was a ghost threat. Even if we had
it's not
taken,
really
you'd
there,
have a
right?
move like this in the future, so you don't actually have to worry. So I did think you wasted this move.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I wasn't trying to go bishop here either.
No, you weren't good. Okay, so king up would have been more interesting.
Yeah, I think so. So bishop here,
then you just push.
push. You had no choice. Honestly, I think the next couple of moves were pretty
much
close.
just
And
now
yeah, now you went up. And I thought that the way you played this was probably the best in your position. Hammer,
here I
tell me
played
if there was
this.
anything better.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about this.
Sorry, what?
So
D5.
Sorry. So I B3 was actually a slight inaccuracy on your part because you could have gone after the pawn with the same plan earlier.
Wait, say that again.
B3 was a slight inaccuracy on your part because you could have gone A5, Rook A4 immediately.
Oh, I see. You didn't need to. Because like I can't push.
Oh, okay. I guess I played it immediately, but that makes sense.
But the way you played it was really good, and I was quite impressed with Steve's B5 move, which is the only move to make sure you don't lose a pawn immediately.
Yeah, I thought this is what I was worried about, and then you played it.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was.
I mean,
I was honestly kind of. I was like, but is this any good though? Because you can just immediately take.
Yeah, but then my rook is stuck
Your rook's
here,
kinda stuck.
and then I thought, and then you have knight here.
I would never put that.
Well,
I know it makes sense.
Yeah, I think you
I just
would
wouldn't
have
see.
found it.
Maybe.
I think you're underestimating yourself.
Yeah.
Because then my rook has nowhere to go, so I didn't even have the choice to take.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that's why I thought it was so strong.
Yeah, I thought this was the only way to get things to happen in order where I could.
Yeah.
Just not start to collapse.
Yeah.
I don't know if I had a chance to hold better. So this must be better.
Yeah, I think this was forced.
And of course, check.
Yeah.
And I took really fast. I was like, I have a bad habit of walking and coming back and playing too fast.
But this was forced because you had to defend your rook.
This is two. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably why. Okay, so here I did check. Obviously, I didn't want to trade off. You have to play your king up to not block. And then here, it forces the trade. And then, of course, this was your most
Yeah.
Oh, wait, did you play? Wait, you didn't play this. I think you defended.
I defended first.
This is what I was a little more afraid of because I thought, okay, sure, I take, and then you go here, and you're worse, but this felt to give you better chance.
Yeah. I mean,
to get your rook behind.
Like the level that I'm at, I have a really hard time understanding like I'm not really good at keeping a track that keep out in my head as the game's going along. Sort of like I can tell when I'm losing. I can tell when I'm winning.
Did you think that maybe you could hold the draw here?
I was hoping.
And that's why you played bishop, right?
I was hoping I could hold the draw.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because in my head I was like, okay, this position, if you don't get it soon, it will kind of lost.
Yeah.
Then again,
definitely.
the way you played it was still trying. I was just more afraid of this.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it was better, but I was more afraid of it.
Yeah. I was worried I'd have no way to.
I thought you'd come there.
Yeah.
So I think I wouldn't even be able to take right away. I think I would have had to. I think I couldn't take for that reason. I think I would have to like attack your knight first, and then I was like, okay, what if he goes here?
Yeah.
How do we want to play this? I thought maybe I could still take. You take king back.
You take, I take king back, and then
So.
Oh, then you're gonna take me first.
Yeah. Here.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm still gonna win a pawn, but this.
I mean, I saw be behind you.
Yeah, you're gonna be behind my pawn. And then you have like some ideas to try to go back with this. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. This just felt a lot more tricky for you.
Yeah, I think so.
Hammer, I'm curious what you think would have been a better continuation.
Yeah, no, you're spot on. Rook A8 was definitely Black's best attempt. Yeah. Frankly, Engine is suggesting you maybe even take the rook because the rook is so annoying when it manages to get in behind.
I wondered if you would because my knight is way out here and like I wasn't sure. I mean, I'm sure I'm not. I'm only trying to hold a draw here, but I wasn't sure I'd be able to.
I was worried that you would be able to draw here. So I was very afraid of trading off.
Yeah.
Like, yes, your pawn structure is worse, but once we trade that, and I thought you had a pretty good chance. The fact that the engine is actually considering taking, man, that was annoying.
Yeah.
I was so relieved when I saw this.
Yeah, I thought I had to try and hold that pawn with it. And I was debating a bit between these two, but this seems so blocked.
Yeah, no,
this seemed the only one, right?
And also, you want to keep defending this guy.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So here and then you came.
No, so you played here.
Oh, I played there, right?
Yeah.
And then you. Oh, wait, I'm already here.
No, your rook was there. And then I think I played here. Oh yeah, here, and then you moved the knight back. I took the pawn, and now you came over to me.
Yeah, now I can get it. Right. So yeah, I just figured out. So I just had to accept that I was down. I'm not done.
Just down one.
I'm down. But
yeah.
All right. Was there any way to avoid going down this pawn in this question?
Not after this.
Not after that.
After this, it was forced. And here again, I really didn't like you getting there, so I offered the rook trade. I was wondering if you took. I thought I'd have a pass pawn, and even if you won it, my king would be able to solve it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to give you the outside. especially, I don't know. I did think about this.
Hi, Anna.
What's the last weekend?
Here you played here. You moved your rook
Yeah.
to b8.
B8 after looking at
And then I instantly played h4 because I wanted to not give you this option
Yeah.
because I was like, in the end, if I'm able to win this and get a pass pawn, it looks pretty good. And then you played here, which looked good.
It looked good, but then you can just defend.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, well, now I need to move, right? And
Oh yeah, this is when you played here,
which is definitely.
which I thought was a really interesting move.
Well, I mean, it's a move of someone who doesn't know what to do, right?
Well, I mean, how are you gonna know what to do here?
Well,
Like, you
okay.
push your pawns, you start being in check. No, I'm just saying your
Yeah.
position is very hard to play.
There's not a lot I can do.
And I'm threatening something like this.
Where I figured this maybe hung up some of her advances. I didn't.
Because if I made a mistake, something like this, and your knight gets in,
You're
that
not
looks
right.
good. But I think this is what you have to go for when you're in a worse position.
Yeah, you have to try and make some kind of thing happen.
Yeah.
I just didn't like that. Really, my bishop can never go home.
Yeah.
Right?
What I was curious about is, I thought after you took, this was a lot better for me because your bishop was kind of trapped there. But I wonder if you had to take, or if you had other.
You know, I
moves
took
here.
without really thinking that hard about it.
And you're like, free pawn.
Well, I mean, it just seemed like get rid of this danger. You know?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah.
there's something better here.
Rook a7 was really, really good.
Yeah, that definitely was irritating to me. Very irritating.
Hammer, what was his best move here?
He doesn't really have one.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to find a good move because there aren't good moves.
yeah, that's reasonable. And what I liked about this is I'm pinning your knight. So
There's so many, like, eventually when you're it was very difficult not to use material back.
yeah, yeah.
And then I played some crazy moves just to see what happens.
Well, I'm also I think
Take.
to take, and then I played here, which is forced, king over.
I thought a while here though, because this isn't exactly working out that great for me either. I mean, at least you're winning a pawn if you want with take.
Yeah.
Take.
But it's more like, what else are you gonna do? I guess you could have left your king there and let me take this pawn.
Right, so since coming here doesn't really save a pawn, right? So yeah, what else could I do here?
But I mean, coming here, you would have ended up in the same position because my rook went back and forth.
Right, and if I just let you take, then this is tagged.
Yeah.
And this is still behind you. So it's
Yeah.
originally I played this kind of.
I thought you might just give me it. This is the other.
I
rook
considered this also actually. I
Yeah.
did consider this, and I was like, well, okay, but then probably.
I
this-
take with this pawn, and then I
and
still
it's-
have that.
Do I have anything? You know, like, is this helping me at all? Like, I mean, I can't. Even
Yeah.
coming back here, I'm not getting anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought maybe like you'll try to get your rook here, but then the problem is your bishop is just stuck.
Oh, stop!
And you're gonna have to sack it
Yeah,
at some point.
lose more material. Right?
Yeah.
No, it's like I'm pretty comfortable like throwing away a pawn like this and it's going to open lines and be useful to me, but
Yeah.
it didn't seem like it helped.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm curious at the end if you went the other way, if you would have still lost the piece, which I think you would
I
have.
probably. Oh, you mean if I found?
So like your king
Oh,
the other
I
way.
see,
Yeah.
I see, I see.
So, okay, so I took here and
I
the
decided
problem
to
is I was
skip
gonna come back and just play this
Yeah.
if you didn't, and then your bishop you'd have to give me another pawn. So also you were so low on the clock. So I like
Yeah,
that you
yeah.
tried this because if I would have taken it felt like it'd give you chances, but I think after here it's just lost.
Yeah, I didn't see this coming. It's the block there somehow, and I mean maybe. I don't know. I still wasn't. I wasn't trusting my calculation even if this happened. I wasn't trying to get.
Oh, this I thought was winning.
Winning for.
But not winning, sorry. But
I'm
this
gonna
was-
get the piece back.
Yeah, no, sorry. I thought this was a good line for you.
Yeah.
I thought there was no way I should
I was. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping you would.
Which again, you want to be going for desperados here, so that's why I like that you try that.
But this is a good move because now you have Bob with check also.
Yeah, and if you try to go here, I have the checkmate threat,
Yeah, yeah. It's
which
all
I thought would have been really nice if I got it. The YouTube thumbnail would have been set, you know.
Yeah, that's an unusual pattern. It's almost a hook bait, but not quite.
Yeah, almost. So I think this was forced also.
Yeah, here I wasn't like I had.
I guess you could have tried to run away.
Okay, but if I do that though, the problem
I
is that
still get the check.
you still get right. If I move somewhere,
Oh, I think okay. So then you
where
might
did I
losing
even
a
go?
piece
Right?
from.
It's gonna go
Take from
here,
here.
but-
Oh, if you go here, I just check and take your bishop
Correct.
because your rook is blocked.
My rook is blocked.
So then maybe you have to move like knight back here, which looks pretty gross.
You
And
can
then
still
and then
try
I
to-
and then I would honestly maybe still try something like this.
Oh no, you like.
Yeah, because then you're.
Then I have it. So yeah. Yeah, no, it was really ugly at this point. It's just, yeah. I've been expecting.
So rook here, check, and okay, so this loses because you go. But I thought the problem with this move was that I take here, and then if you go here, I have this check, and then if you have to defend your knight, right?
Yeah.
And then I thought I just played.
It's like yeah, that was check, and then I get a pawn.
But then I played.
Oh, you defend.
So I thought you were gonna lose a piece regardless.
Yeah. Actually, you had some other reason I didn't want to go here, but I don't. It didn't. I thought if I went here.
Also,
this is the position, right? You're looking at
this is when you had left. This is when you made time control, right? Oh yeah, king e7. So you're about to black, which makes sense.
Still fine. Yeah, it was on. Yeah. It was so ugly.
Yeah, I think it was. I'm guessing it was lost.
It's gotta be lost, right? Yeah. Such like this.
I mean, I think it was just that.
Just
the take
the bishop is just
piece anyway.
Yeah. Well, good game.
Good game. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
And I was glad that you resigned so that we both save energy for the second game.
Yeah, I was
It's
thinking.
like I could sit here and play it out. I was like, please.
I'm not playing on a piece down like a standard player. Like there's no way. I mean, like I spent some time looking just to make sure I had no counterplay whatsoever. But I was like, this isn't even going to be fun to defend.
You're like, do I want to sit here and torture myself?
Exactly.
And then go into the next.
I mean, my coach says I'm a good defender usually, which I wish I was just as stingy when it was good, but like that's too much to try to do. So.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I
It was
really
awesome.
appreciate it.
Great experience, and
Good luck in the rest.
My first FIDE rated game.
Yeah,
So.
Chad, it's actually his first FIDE rated tournament, his first international one.
Correct.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, but I have like 150 games in the US, like 1590 something now, so just a hair under.
Okay, you played way better.
My friend's been pushing me, so.
Because I saw online you were like 1700.
I made it to 1700 like 10 years ago, and then ever since then it's been so. I'd like to think I could still hang up there.
I think you're way underrated. You should be at least 18. Hammer, what do you think?
I don't know. I guess this tournament will give you a rating.
Wait, I can't hear you. Say it again.
I'm not sure. He's gonna get a rating now, and I guess there's probably gonna be a reasonable justification for it.
Well, this is my coach. This is who he is. Whenever I get a compliment from him, it's like once a year, you know?
Yeah. You gotta take it where you get.
Exactly. Well, thank you for the game.
Thank you for the game, and good luck in the rest.
You too. Bye. All right, chat. Well, thank you guys for watching. I'm probably gonna record something for YouTube and then go get some rest. Hammer, thank you for the commentary.
Yeah, I really think you played this like really, really good. Like from after, well, B3 was a slight inaccuracy, but after B3 you pretty much played perfectly, and you played with so much confidence also. And I really like from this analysis that you saw his opportunity to go rook A8 and appreciated kind of that he had to sacrifice to get his rook into a better position. So I felt like you were quite on point today, especially given that it was a morning round.
I'll take it. That sounds awesome. Okay, I'm gonna go film so that I have time to rest for the next round. Thank you everybody for watching. I can't see chat right now. Hammer, did we already do the giveaway?
We did. I did one giveaway, and I'm doing another one for the next game.
Okay, awesome. Well, whoever won the hoodie, congrats. All right, I'll see you guys. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so that was Alexandra from Reykjavik analyzing her game with her opponent. Alexandra winning a good game. Good game. And there will be more play from Reykjavik today. The next game will start in 3 hours and 15 minutes. But before we leave this whole Reykjavik situation and wait for the next round, we will stop in and check how Dina is doing before we end the stream. So we just gotta switch the cameras over to Dina, and then we'll take a look at that. Your lessons paid off, Chief? I don't know. But she played well, like, today, and she played so quickly. That's the thing I'm the most surprised by. That she played so quickly and still so well. But the opening was a bit of a disaster. I don't know. It's fine. We'll get another game now with the black pieces against a strong opponent. So that should be really, really interesting. Okay, we have our Dina cam. And we're going to check in with her. See how she's doing. Right now she is... Oh, no, this was the analysis we did. My bad. So that was the analysis we did after a6. But instead, the opponent tried to protect the pawn on h7 using the king. Dina goes bishop f4. Dina opening up an attack from the rook on the pawn on e7. The rook defends. Dina trying to trade pawns. In general, it's a good idea to try and trade pawns when you're down or when you're struggling. Because the fewer the pawns, the less pawns can become new queens in the future. Black does not want to trade. Black wants to keep as many pawns on the board as possible. Bishop moves back so that the rook can come into play. Ooh, a couple of mistakes in a row here, according to the engine, has made this game much more competitive. And instead of moving the knight that's being threatened, Dina moves her rook over to attack the bishop. The bishop moves, then the knight goes in, but now there's an attack against the pawn on b7, as well as an attack on the rook. Black tries to counterattack, the bishop coming in to attack both rooks instead of protecting on a8. This game is becoming really spicy. Notice how the computer eval is now on equal. The rook moves over. The bishop takes a rook, but that's fine. We'll take a rook as well. And after bishop a5, the engine eval is in white's favor. Wow, I did not think there was any chance Dina could survive this, but here she's actually even better. The recommended move, though, was rook c5 to attack the bishop. Instead, she goes bishop e5. The rook tries to trap the knight in the corner. The knight gets out just in time. f6, good pawn sacrifice from black. Giving some space to the king. Here, the king was trapped on the edge of the board. Here, you're giving up a pawn, but you are getting your king in a much better position. And now this white bishop is stuck defending for the time being. On the other hand, if we can chase the king away, if we can get our rook involved somehow, then these pawns are going to win white the game. Rook attacks bishop. Bishop moves. h4, okay. Trying to prevent g5. g5 happens anyway. Trade. Now the bishop is going to try to capture the pawn on f6. But we don't care. Well, we do care, but we don't have any way of defending. So we start a counterattack on black's pawn instead. Bishop takes, that's fine. I guess now f4 to try and defend the bishop. Ooh, f4 played by Dina, but engine hates it. Engine hates this f4 move. That's a big surprise. But it turns out now black's bishops are very dominating. And Dina was definitely relying on rook takes pawn to attack the black king. But it turns out if she does do that, the white king is forced onto this diagonal, which allows the other black bishop to both give a check and take the rook. This was move 37. So Dina was probably low on time. It made a lot of sense having these guys defend each other, but it was in fact a big mistake. But after bishop h4, at least she avoids the even bigger mistake by taking the pawn. King moves up. King is trying to make it to the f3 square so that you control e4 so that this bishop cannot do a double attack. Bishop comes in, attacks the rook. Rook has to move. Now the bishop can come to e4. Bishop does not go to e4. Ah, it does, but it just took the detour, the scenic route. King moves, attacks bishop. Bishop moves. King moves up. King now trying to attack the bishop, trying to make the bishop decide whether it wants to protect the pawn on b7 or whether it wants to protect the pawn on h7. Right now, the bishop is doing a great defensive job on two flanks, but when we move our king up, we'll prevent the bishop from being so effective. Rook g8, the rook trying to invade. King moves up. And now, if the bishop moves back, the rook will come over, attack the bishop, and when the bishop moves, you lose the pawn behind it. And that's why black was pretty fortunate to have the move bishop g2. Because now we don't have that option of going after the h7 pawn that was left unprotected by the bishop. So this is the status. Dina has played the move king d4. We've caught up with the moves on the board. Dina is down one pawn. And the problem is, well, the problem is not so much that she's down one pawn, but it's that this pawn is very, very scary. This pawn has a clear path forward to become a new queen. And it also has the bishops that can help the pawn and like give it a clear path moving forward. Let's do this in red maybe. So yeah, clear path. Clear path for the pawn. And the bishops to help out. So it's not looking good. It's not looking good, chat. Engines evaluating this as a winning advantage for black. But as long as she has the pawn on d6, there is some hope. There is some hope that she can create a counterplay. Okay. So this is Dina's game. Dina's game is going to continue for some time yet. But the commentator needs a break because the commentator is also the coach. And the coach needs to prepare an opening for the next round. If you're just joining us, we are ending stream right now, but we will be back in an hour. No, not an hour. In 3 hours. In 3 hours, we're going to be back. With the third round of the tournament, the second round of the day. Alexandra expected to have the black pieces against a tricky opponent. And before we leave, we want to give also a shout out to our sponsor, Coinbase. They are the trusted platform Alexandra and Andrea use for their crypto trading. If you're curious about crypto, they have also educational resources on their website and on their apps that might be good to check out. We also have a giveaway later. Oh, people care about giveaways, Gerber? I need to promote the giveaway? Yeah, we'll have a giveaway. We're giving away one of these shirts with the BotezLive on the sleeve. So you may want to stop by. Just, saying. Okay. That is it. I'll be back in 3 hours. If you want the sweater and don't want to have to go through a giveaway, it's also for purchase, ! Merch, BotezLive.shop. Now the raid is going to Anamaya. Bye.